Recording in progress.
Hey, hey everybody, thanks for joining us. We are doing the class on intuition, essentials of intuition. And so let's talk about intuition for a little bit. So when we think of intuition, we think of something like, oh, I have intuition that I should go left or go right, or have some sort of inspiration, when really we're using intuition all the time. When we're in motion, that is more intuition than logic. Logic is more when you're kind of sitting still and you're thinking of something. Logic is based on past experiences, pieces of information that you've accumulated, things you've memorized, things of this nature, like learned behavior. When we have a problem, when we use logic, logic takes a while to figure it out. It forms a theory or a hypothesis, then it has to kind of explore the hypothesis, and it's usually still based on our past experiences. Intuition, on the other hand, is able to process information very quickly, make decisions very quickly, and is able to adjust and adapt like in motion, right? So a lot of times the things that we're doing is part logic and part intuition. So let's use an example, like not to get too, I don't know what about it, but think about like when you've seen people like date or start to fall in love, or your own past experiences. You're in the courting stage, it's all nice. There's a little bit of kissing, a little bit of intimacy, and it's like, "Oh, it's amazing." And then all of that passes, and they go, "Okay, now that we've done this, you need to change. Like this needs to happen. This needs to happen." And all of a sudden, you went from this blissful state to maybe arguing a bit, but then you're still able to go back to that blissful stage, right? So that part of intimacy, that part where things are a bit blissful, that is intuition. That is you adjusting and moving in the moment. You're adjusting, you're adapting, and then the intuition falls away, and then you're in the place of logic and go, "What did I get myself into? Who are you?" And I love you, but here's the things you need to change for me to love you, right? I'm kind of joking, but it's kind of the truth. It might not be quite that extreme, but there's times where you're in motion, that is the intuitive component. Those places where you're in a state and you're going, now that I'm thinking about this, and you're going through your list, that is logic, right? Now, we're constantly going back and forth, right? Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And you could say intuition isn't just like feeling inspired. It is a creative state. It is a flow of creativity that is coming through you, right? And so even the idea of when you're doing something that you don't understand, let's use another example. You just got a job as a waiter or waitress, right? So you go to the restaurant, they go, okay, here's your task, here's the things you need to do. You need to do this at the table. You need to do this when you turn your little ticket in to the chef. These are all the things you need to do. You go, great, I got it. But now how do I do it? Like I know all my tasks, but how do I do it? Right. So then you step back and you kind of watch the flow of everything. You watch how people are acting, you're watching how people behave, and you go, well, I'm just going to do what they're doing and I'll kind of get it. Right. So that ability to kind of fit in, that ability to kind of mimic some of the behaviors that are going in a particular situation, that too is intuition. Like your ability to learn something through doing it is an intuitive state. And the reason why it's an intuitive state is it's beyond logic. It's beyond the logical mind, right? Your logical mind knows all the details, right? Your logical mind, not that great at putting things in motion, right? It always feels it needs to make something happen, where the intuitive mind is in a state of flow. right? You're kind of flowing here, you're flowing there, and if you're wrong, you just start to adjust, you just start to adapt, right? If you're stuck more in the logical mind, you'll start going, but I don't know what to do. I don't know what the steps are. I don't know uh, how do I do this? Where when you're in the intuitive mind, you go, I'll do this, and if I'm wrong, I'll adjust. Like I'll adapt, or I'll stop and I'll watch. I'll stop and I'll observe, right? So it's not that one's better than the other. They're better at certain tasks. And so you want to use the proper part of your mind for the task at hand, right? Sometimes it's logic, sometimes it's intuition, sometimes it's a little bouncing back and forth, right? So again, intuition observes something, makes a quick decision, has the ability to adjust and adapt. Logic it is processing things from the past. It's processing details. It takes a long time to make a decision. It takes a long time to strategize. And then it has to kind of figure out if it's right or wrong, right? Where intuition is like, it's right, it's wrong. We'll figure it out. We'll get it going in the moment. And if it's wrong, it adjusts itself. If it's right, it just goes, and just kind of rides the flow, right? So when we are having difficulties in our life, when we have things that we need to heal, be it physically or psychologically or patterns in our life, logic's not the best tool. Intuition, much more capable of walking us out of a pattern, much more capable of releasing um, emotions or something psychologically that's come up. This is what happens when you're dreaming. When you're dreaming, you're releasing some of something psychological or a little bit of a pattern, and it just kind of floats away in dream time, right? Logic, it can let things go, but it leaves claw marks all over it. Like you basically have to pry it out of logic's hand because it's identified it, it has placed a value on it, and it's stuck it on the shelf, right? It doesn't want to let things go because it's like, these are my possessions. Like I know what it does. I know the value of it. I know all these things about it. It's pieces of information. I'm not really judging it as good or bad. I've just judged it and I've stuck it on the shelf, right? And so when we need to go through and heal, the intuitive state is our friend, right? Now, after we start to go through the healing process, we have to make maybe some changes, some adjustments in our normal everyday world. That's where logic comes in. Like, okay, I need to eat my vegetables. I need to go to sleep early. I need to not get so stressed. So I need to stop watching scary movies. Whatever it is, right? And so they work with each other, but a lot of times we get stuck more in logic than in intuition. When people are stuck in intuition, they're not very grounded or they can't concretize things very well. Like, they have great ideas, but bringing them into form, not that great, right? Then you have people who are super logical and, um, you say something like, let go of some of that stress, maybe take some long, slow, deep breaths. And they're like, I don't know about that. That sounds like voodoo, right? They dismiss things because it's based on past experiences, right? So one of the ways that you try to bypass that logical component is you allow things to sit in the heart, right? When you have things sit in the heart, you're sitting with something that the mind can't comprehend, right? And then after a period of time, the heart can perceive it and begins to experience it. And then the mind goes, oh, yeah, now I know what you're talking about. And it can start to integrate it, right? So the heart, you could say the heart is more closely associated with the intuitive mind than the logical mind. but the heart can give information to the logical mind to allow it to function more properly, right? Now, what are the mechanisms to turning on or enhancing this so-called intuition that we're talking about? Well, again, logic is your past. It is details. It's things you've memorized. Intuition, you could say it's a like a state of being, right? It's like you're in a certain state, right? Intuition is more about movement, right? It's about processing, it's about perceiving, it's about adjusting, it's adapting, it's flowing, right? And so it's beyond rational thought. Your logical mind is processing sensory information. All your senses kind of come in, and the logical mind goes, oh, okay, this is what's going on. It's hot outside, it's this, it's that. And then over a period of time, you go beyond the senses and you're grasping pieces of information that either is beyond sensory perception or it's in the unconscious, right? So some of the things beyond sensory information also is guidance from the higher soul, right? Guidance from the soul. And so your soul doesn't communicate with the logical mind. Your soul communicates with the intuitive mind. And the intuitive mind then gives instructions to the logical mind, right? So it's like it's a chain of events. So with that, how do we turn on this intuitive mind, right? Who doesn't want to be able to go with the flow? Who doesn't want to be able to adjust and adapt? Who doesn't want to be able to innovate things that are going on in their environment, difficulties that they're dealing with, or just to keep refining yourself and getting better and better, right? All of this is the byproduct of something beyond your senses, beyond rational thought, that we would call intuition. And so intuition is taking different pieces of information and kind of compiling it and then making decisions, right? So you're getting information from three different areas here. First is your instinctual responses, right? You have instincts. Now, these instincts are pieces of information that you react to either with behavior or thought processes, but your mind doesn't get to process them. You basically have an automatic behavior or an automatic type of thinking that engages when something gets stimulated. If you think of a time when you got triggered a little bit. That being triggered is an instinctual response. And you got triggered, and then it took you a little while to like go, I'm upset because, fill in the blank, right? When you first got triggered, your mind didn't go, this is really upsetting, you should get upset, right? You just got triggered and you started like, going down that weird rabbit hole, right? We all do it, like everybody does it. And so that is an instinctual response. Your instinctual responses basically are how you navigate the external world, like how you interact with people, how you have social interactions, how you deal with things in the environment, all the different stimuli that you come across when you're out in the world is first responded to by instinctual responses, right? Some of these are what you would call innate, that you're born with, that it's part of your physiology. And some of it is due to conditioning that has happened over a period of time, right? So if every time you went to the store, somebody walked up to you and stomped on your foot and then walked away, after 4 or 5 times, you're like, I'm not going to that store anymore, right? Every time I go there, somebody stomps on my foot. So that's a very simple way of saying conditioning. When you have bad experiences, your body goes, yeah, I don't want to do that anymore. I really don't want to do that anymore. And so instinctually, you have a behavior that goes, let's avoid that. Now, the difficulty is sometimes these pieces of information that, every time I go to the store, somebody walked up and stomped on my foot, and then you realize, oh yeah, the Boy Scouts have a little booth over there that's like, I'll stomp on your foot for free and da 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 da. It's a silly, ridiculous thing, but sometimes it's just the nature of that situation, right? It's not every time you go to the grocery store, it's like every time I go to the grocery store, those Boy Scouts are over there in that little booth and they're doing this. Maybe I just don't go there when the Boy Scouts are there. I don't know why I'm picking on Boy Scouts right now, by the way. Must have had some conditioning when I was little about Boy Scouts. So, conditioned responses, sometimes they're good, sometimes they cause us problems. You have a bad experience, the stronger the emotion, the stronger the pain, the more repetitive the thought, the more likely you're going to have an automatic behavior when that stimuli gets triggered, right? So if somebody really hurt your feelings in a situation, it could be, they were wearing, red. And so every time you see somebody in red, there's a little bit of an internal like, oh, stay away from that person, right? Or maybe when it was a sunny day outside and you're at the park, you're like, "Ah, sunny day, stay away from the park today." It's not conscious, it's instinctual, right? But it's still there. And you could say this is a lot more of a driving force than we give it credit for. Because again, think about it. It's how you navigate the environment. It's how you navigate socially, right? It's through these instinctual responses. And so a lot of times something that happened 25 years ago still is affecting you in the here and now, right? So how do we let go of that? How do we go? That was an isolated situation. Yes, I was in a park. It was a sunny day. The person was wearing red. None of that has anything to do with what happened. But your body is like, yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Those are the pieces of information I'm working off of. We're going to avoid that, right? So if you're primarily driven by instinctual responses, and it's hard for us to tell if that is our big driving force. We spend our life running from the things that caused us harm and trying to relive the things that brought us pleasure or made us happy without really thinking about it. And let's just say it's not very good at making us happy overall. It's just running. That's all it is. It's running to this, running from that, running to this, running from that. So, how do we calm that down? Right? How do we stop running like a little kid? Right? So, then we have feelings, right? Then we have feelings. Feelings don't have content. They're just an emotion or a feeling that arises, right? I feel good about this. I feel good about that. You're starting to compare and choose things, right? You're starting to look for a little balance. You're starting to look at what's good for you, what's not good for you. What do I want to commit to? What do I not want to commit to? Right? So feelings a lot of times are how we make decisions. It's not facts. It's just this feels good. This is such a thing that when you go in and you buy like a car or a pair of jeans or, a piece of jewelry, they don't really go, this car, and they give you all the facts. They go, this car is amazing. Think of yourself like on the beach with the top down, when the wind in your hair, and oh, this is going to be amazing. Like, and everybody's going to think you're so cool, and da 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 da, and everybody's going to love you and look up to you and want to be your friend. And you're like, I want that car, right? If you think about like commercials for like jeans, it doesn't talk about the jeans. It shows somebody walking on the beach and the wind's in their hair and a white horse goes running by and all these things are happening and then it's like such and such jeans. You're like, I think I want some of those jeans, right? Because we're making an emotional decision. I want to feel like that, right? That's how I want to feel. Or somebody's trying to sell you batteries, and if you watch the commercials, like, mom's out at the park, and then all of a sudden little Billy disappears, and she freaks out, and she's like, "Billy, Billy, Billy," and then she pulls out some little device and, calls him back to her, and, you know, if you don't have batteries, really bad things are gonna happen because your device doesn't work, and Billy's gonna get lost in the woods, and, yada, yada, yada. And so they're trying to sell you batteries based on causing a feeling or an emotion of fear, and you're like, you want to make that stay away, right? You need to buy batteries. Buy batteries, and you won't have that fear, right? More importantly, what's that little device that tells Billy to come out of the thing? I want to know what that is, right? These days, it's probably a phone, but that commercial's been going on for 30 years. So emotions can cause us to make decisions, but we're just still kind of chasing a feeling, right? Then we come to our thoughts. Let me say one more thing about emotion. Until we actively refine them, they're all about the self. They're all about the self. And if you want to get biblical with it, when something bad happens, it's an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, right? That's what lower emotions are. Your lower emotions are activated by your physiology. They help you thrive in the environment. Like if you need to have more energy to deal with somebody who's difficult, your body goes, "Oh, I could do that. Let's get angry." You'll be able to have the energy to deal with that person. Even though the situation might not be something that's anger producing, you start to have this anger response, right? If you're touching a hot stove and you're left just to your logical mind, you'll touch the stove and then you go, "Wow, this really burns. I should move my hand," right? But if you go, "Ow, ah," that pain motivated you to take your hand off the stove much quicker to minimize the tissue damage that's happening from touching a hot surface, right? Your body is constantly going, we need to have this emotion so that you take proper action to protect the body, right? The difficulty is that this was really based on surviving in nature. Now we're in a society where, you can say whatever you want, good or bad. Things are a lot more refined than if you were, scrounging it out in nature, you know? You're not having to run from cheetahs. You're not having to watch for the wolf. You're not having to avoid where the bear goes. You're able to do things a little bit differently. You know, Granted, there might be people in our lives that feel a little bit like a wolf, but not like coming face to face with a real wolf, right? And so, so with that, we come to the mind, right? We come to the mind. Now, our thoughts are usually based more on the past experiences, right? Things we've learned, things we've memorized. And here's a doozy: the opinions of other people. Ugh. Think about when you're telling somebody a story and you go, "I just got a new puppy." And they're like, "Oh, my neighbor got a new puppy and it ran away and got sick. And then had a $10,000 vet bill and da 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 da." And all of a sudden you're like, "Oh, yeah, should I've gotten this puppy?" Like, I don't know. Like, other people's opinions probably make up half of our thought processes. If you're a spiritual practitioner, it might drop down to like 30%. If you're an everyday person, it might be more like 60 or 70, because we're very tapped into the collective conscious or the collective unconscious, right? And here's the double-edged sword with that. The more that we disengage the collective unconscious, the more we start to feel a little isolated, the more we start to feel like we don't fit in. the more we start to feel like I'm feeling a little abandoned right now. Right. And then you get around them and you're like, oh, I can't get away from them fast enough. And then you get over and you're a little bit more isolated and you're like, but where'd they go? Like, why aren't I getting to interact with them? Why aren't they, eh, you know? And so, I always go to this thing that Annie Besant said back, almost 100 years ago. And she said, your logical mind is a lot like looking through the world through a piece of glass. Like you have this big piece of glass in front of you, right? Every experience that you have, be it good or bad, shades that piece of glass a little bit more green. Like it just gets a little greener, a little greener, a little greener, a little greener, a little greener. Hey, I had an amazing birthday party, a little greener. The Boy Scout stomped on my foot at the store, a little greener. Like everything keeps turning a little greener. Your successes, your failures, your hurts, your aches, your pains, your successes, a little greener, a little greener. Oh, and then I go to school. I studied a bunch of information. I memorized a bunch of things. A little greener, a little greener, a little greener, a little greener. Right. Then finally, this has been going on for years and years, and somebody walks up to you and holds up a red ball. And they go, "What is this?" And you look through that green piece of glass and you go, "It's a ball." That's accurate. It is a ball. And then the person goes, "Yes, but what color is it?" And that red ball through the green piece of glass looks brown or black. So you go brown or black, right? So you're seeing something for what it is in the moment, but you're also seeing it through the eyes of the past, right? So part of it's accurate, part of it is not. So now you're in a predicament. What's right? What's wrong? How do I figure this out in the moment? The goal is intuition. Intuition goes, yeah, it's brown or black, but based on this green piece of glass, it's probably more likely red, because I'm looking through my past experiences. Or you know, other things happen where you get to that it's red. So, what do we do about all of this? Right? The issue is that they're all acting independently, right? They're all acting independently. When you start making them interact with each other, when you make instinct interact with emotion, and you make instinct interact with the mind, and the mind's interacting with the emotion, and the emotion's interacting with the mind and the instinct, then you're processing all the pieces of information that your physiology, that your emotions, that your mind is experiencing. And then it compiles this piece of information that then gets processed very quickly and then can adjust and adapt to it. And so this is intuition. When you think of intuition, it's not some magical thing that you're trying to cultivate. You're just trying to organize your mind to a higher degree. That's it. Intuition is just a well-organized mind. It's just a mind that's working efficiently. The tendency for us to depend on one of these is very common, right? Like you could say the everyday person, if you think you go to the doctor and he's very mental and he gives you a lot of facts, but he's a little bit of a jerk, right? He's very mental, not a lot of emotion, and he's not reading the room, right? He says some really obnoxious things and then he walks away. And then you get somebody who's freaked out, and I have this person in my life, whenever something new is going to happen or something that might potentially be good, they'll come up and they'll say, but what about this? What about that? Like all the things they're afraid that might happen and go wrong, right? And they live their life in a state of instinctual responses, right? And then you have people who just go through life and do things based on how it feels. This is usually more of the everyday person. It's usually instinct or how it feels. An educated person can be more in their mind, but still emotionally not very aware or not very loving or not very whatever. right? So when we start to harmonize these three, all of a sudden they all start interacting with each other and they start refining each other. And you start to have more intuition. And when all of these start interacting with each other and start to balance out with how they interact with each other, part of what happens is it gives you a kind of depth perception, right? Even with the logical mind still sees the facts or what's happening right now because it's based on the senses, right? It's based completely on sensory information. So, who's the disciple that, like, when Christ reappears 3 days, is it Thomas? That the doubting Thomas is like, teacher, I have to touch the wound. If I don't touch the wound, it's not real to me. Like I have to totally touch the wound, right? When they're all in the presence of a great teacher, he still has to touch the wound, right? This is very normal. That is very logical mind oriented, right? But when you have all three, you start to perceive something much greater than just what's in front of you, right? You're starting to perceive more than what something feels like or an instinctual response. Like, how does this make me fit in socially? Like, if I say this, it's going to be embarrassing. I might be an outcast socially, right? So when these three become harmonized somewhat, all of a sudden that ability to observe information, take action, and adjust and adapt becomes very heightened. And all of a sudden you start to have this like depth perception where you can almost see, if I do this, this will be like 3 or 4 steps down the line. This will be the outcome, right? Where before you're like, I don't know, let's just do this and we'll see what happens. Where when the intuition starts to kick in, you can go, I can see what's happening, right? So if you keep turning this up and up and up, you start to perceive with greater and greater levels or degrees of depth perception. And in the old days, when they had prophets walking around, prophets were just people who harnessed this ability. It wasn't some magical thing. They just had greater levels of depth perception than the people around them. They could perceive meaning to something because there was guidance from the soul. They were communing with the divine. They were having depth perception. And they also realized that everything is transient. Things shift, things change. It's not always going to be good. It's not always going to be bad. Things are going to keep moving, right? Because intuition is about movement. It's about essence, right? So the idea that everything's transient is natural to the intuitive mind. To the logical mind is like, no, 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 no. I've identified it, I've formed value, and I've put it on the shelf. Like, I can synthesize what to do with this. Don't take this away from me. Let's just maintain this state that we're in, right? So a lot of times when we're having difficulty healing a particular condition in our life, logic is the problem. The logical mind just wants to do it its way. Intuition says, you know, if it's not working, let's throw it in the garbage and move past this. Let's do something different. Let's let's do this dance. Let's do this movement, right? It's about overcoming whatever internal obstacle is there. The obstacle is usually the logical mind. It's the feelings. It's the instinctual responses. But when you harmonize these three, it's like it lights up the intuitive mind. So we're going to start with just playing with the intuitive mind. This isn't in your notes. And then we're going to go through and we're going to enhance it, right? We're going to make the intuitive mind kind of turn on, and then we're going to make it sassy. We're going to make it like, let's step up its game. Let's give it a little pat on the back and say, you go handle any of these situations, right? So this is what I'd like you to do. Think of something. It doesn't have to be good or bad, or just think of something that's going on in your life. You could be like good in a relationship or at work, and you go, it's good, but there's always room for it to be a little better. Or say you have a difficulty you're dealing with, like, ugh, what am I going to do about this? If you even think about that, like, what am I going to do about this? That is literally the words of the logical mind. Ugh, there's this piece of information that I need to process. It's going to take me a long time. I don't know what it is. I need to form a hypothesis so I can make something happen. Right? You didn't make your finger grow, it just grew on its own. Right? There was movement that is inherent in your physiology that made that move. Your logical mind didn't go, how do I make this finger bigger? I need an adult finger. I need to not walk around with baby hands. Right? I like that. I'm walking around with baby hands. But that's the way the logical mind thinks. I have to make something happen. When really a developed soul is somebody who puts themselves in the right place at the right time. They ride the flow of essence. They refine the state of awareness or consciousness that they're in, and they know that it's open to change. It's transient, right? So this is the path of healing. This is the path of being spirited or being spiritual. This is the way to break out of patterns that is either in your life or has been a generational pattern that's gone through your family for 2, 3, 4, 7, whatever generations. And it's a way to learn your lesson when karmic imagery or karmas come up. Most times, what we think is karma in our life is not. It's just us running on instinct, emotion, and that logical thinking. It's not really karma, it's just stuff we do to ourselves. We lack depth perception. We just make these like impulsive decisions or decisions based on the past. We just keep repeating something over and over and over and over, over and over and over and over and over again. Right. And then we go, why does this keep happening? Because that's what your mind does. Right. It's just what the mind does. So tapping into intuition is the way to see it and go, I'm kind of done doing this. I'm done. I'm going to walk out of this. I'm going to stop doing this dance. I'm not doing this over and over again anymore. It's exhausting. I don't have that much juice on my legs. Like I'm done. Right. But then when true karma comes in, true karmic imagery, the imagery is in our blood. So it makes our physiology do something, it makes our emotions do something, it makes things appear in the mind. And then we either act on it or we choose a higher ground, right? And so when karmic imagery comes up, it's literally that thing that, like, if you ever listen to old blues records, old blues songs, they're like, came to the crossroads, made a deal with the devil, right? Like I got something good, but then eventually it's a trickster and things went bad, right? You could say that when karmic imagery comes up, you are at a crossroads. And no matter which direction you go, you're going to get the lesson. You will grow and evolve from that. But one direction is intuitive and learning your lessons and evolving out of it. And the other one is the school of hard knocks. Like you learn it through just getting beat up, and then eventually you have an aha moment like, I probably shouldn't do this anymore. Or I've learned my lesson through getting hit over the head with a 2x4. Okay, I've learned it. Either way, you learn it. Either way, it's just one's a lot more pleasant than the other. One, if you think about it, logic takes you a lot longer. Intuition is quick. You learn it and you're like, maybe this is happening because something that's beyond my senses, something that's beyond logic, maybe I've done this tendency before. So you can almost say any conflict that you have in your life, be it that it's karmic or not, like you're like, oh, like for me, I talk about these stories about when I was young, I surround myself with people who betrayed me, right? So at first, I just kept trying to get better and better friends or get my friends to understand, like, look, we got to have a talk. This is why you need to not betray me anymore, right? None of that worked. I just kept surrounding myself with people who betrayed me. Basically knocked my feet out from under me. Anytime I got momentum in my life, they knocked my feet out from under me, right? And so at some point, there has to be the realization the only thing that's consistent in all these situations is me. So is it me? So then, I got rid of all my friends, but also what I did is I did like service and tithing to like diminish any tendency that I've done where I've betrayed, a person, a people, whatever. I didn't have it in this lifetime, so I'm just assuming it was in the past. And then magically, it all started to go away. And it doesn't mean that it completely went away, but every once in a while, there's a little thing where, like, okay, we're just checking in. Did you learn your lesson? And then you like kind of grow and evolve. And eventually, it changes your behavior. And eventually, I don't want to talk about this too much, but through all your incarnations, you could say there's a big giant thought form that you've created with all the good, all the bad. And when you start to spiritually grow and develop, you have to wrestle with that thought. And so little by little, you start chipping it away, chipping it away, chipping it away. And then pretty soon, it's not giving you your little test like it used to. Because that's what a test is usually. Is like you go like, oh, I've learned my lesson. And then that big giant thought form goes, really? Let's see about that. Let's see. You're so cute when you think you learned your lesson. You're just adorable. Here we go again. If I change the situation around, what happens? It's not some big being that's punishing you. It's you punishing yourself. When you pass, you do get judged. You do. But you judge yourself. That's it. You're judging yourself. So start practicing when it counts. Start practicing like I'm standing at the crossroads. Do I go down the dark road or do I go down the road that's full of light? Whichever direction you go is okay. Trust me, I've gone down the dark road many times. Uh, I come out of it bumped and bruised, but I still come out of it. But I always feel like I don't want to do that again, and then I do it again. So over a period of time, you're like, I keep making that same choice. I think this time I'm going to try to learn my lesson. I'm going to try to do the right thing. I'm going to take a moment and adjust myself and walk myself out of this pattern, whatever that might be. So sometimes it is like I need to do something different. I need to make a little bit of a sacrifice. I need to shift what I value because the value is coming from logic. It's not coming from intuition. Your intuition doesn't sit and establish value for everything. It looks at something, makes a decision, and just moves on. Logic, it labels it, it puts a price tag on it, it sticks it on the shelf and goes, I can use this for certain things. Sometimes that's good, sometimes that's bad. It's really more neutral. It's just how it gets used. So think of something in your life, something you want to improve, something that's a difficulty, could be a pattern. It doesn't matter what it is. Just think of something. We're not necessarily working this, we're working this part of cultivating intuition. And then we're saying, as I work intuition and I go back to this, what happened? Do I see it the same or do I see it different? Do I feel like I'm being caged and held hostage, or do I see a path out of this? Or just sometimes it's not even that you see a path out of it. You just feel like I can walk myself out of this. You know, you know, like when I've done a bunch of corporate work, people will go, you should write a book. You should lay out like how to do this and how to do that. And again, they're coming from the point of mind that it's logic and there's some template that they don't understand, that if you follow these steps, it produces this result. And a lot of times it's like, when I go into a situation, I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to sit there, I'm going to observe everything, and then I see a path. It's not a preconceived idea, it is being present. Logic is a state. There's usually thoughts and repetition of thoughts and feelings. When your intuition is kicked in, you're just in a state of being. You're just in a state of flow. Somebody goes, "What are you going to do?" I don't know. I'm going to sit and observe, and then motion will start to happen. Right? Motion will just start to happen. In the Indian tradition, this is represented by Ganesha, the overcoming of obstacles. Ganesha is movement. The highly amplified version of that, you see Ganesha, and sometimes he's sitting there and he's got different things in his hands, and he's got more hands than it's normal. And then sometimes the trunk is up and the trunk is to the left or to the right. The truest form of this intuition and motion is Ganesha, and his hand is up and his trunk is in his right hand. That is manifestation of the light. And you see a lot of times he has two tusks and the right one's broken, right? That is the practice of ahimsa. Do no harm and manifest the light. The one that's on the right is broken because it's associated with the will. Doesn't mean don't defend yourself. It just means just because you're doing movement doesn't mean you plow through everything and hurt everything to get your way, right? It means loving kindness, but manifestation of the light. You do that and you can walk out of any situation. Any situation.
You say manifestation of the light?
Of the light. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so just close your eyes for a moment and think of the situation. The good, the bad, what's happened, what you'd like to have happen, what you think's gonna happen, what just happens over and over and over and over and over again. Okay, now let it go. Keep your eyes closed. And we're dealing with what you would call the three brains: the brain in your head, the second brain, or the brain in your gut, and then the third brain, also known as the root brain, not the root chakra, the root brain, which the lowest chakra associated with the emotional body or with essence is the sex chakra.
Mm.
The sex chakra is the root brain. It's the root brain. So put your awareness on the sex chakra and just take some long, slow, deep breaths. You're not even using an oil. You're just taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, let it go for a moment. Now, you've kind of worked that little situation a bit with the instinctive part of your processes. Think of your situation again. Did your perception stay the same or did it shift? Good. Now put your awareness on your solar plexus. Let go of everything. Your awareness is on your front solar plexus, which is below your ribs on your upper abdomen. Just take some long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your upper abdomen. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then let that go for a moment. Think of your situation. How does that situation seem now that you've worked the second brain? Now go to the brain itself. Let go of everything. Your awareness is on your brain, both sides of your brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then let it go and observe your situation again. You notice each one kind of feels a little different. Or if you're like me, I really can't tell the difference. At least not in the early stages. The place where I feel the difference is what we're about to do. Put your awareness on the sex chakra, the solar plexus, and the brain, all three at the same time. So your awareness is on your brain, your awareness is on your solar, and your awareness is on the sex chakra. Just trying to maintain your awareness on all three at the same time. You notice when you do that, you can't hold on to your thoughts. You're becoming intuitive just by going through and doing this process. Your brain, your solar, your sex. And then let it go for a moment. Just let yourself be. Not thinking about anything, just let yourself be for a moment. When this has been harnessed to a certain extent, when this has been harnessed to a certain extent, you feel the past, you're aware of the present, and you can perceive the future. Past, present, and future all come together in that moment. In the Taoist practices, they call this the Tao. Again, your sex chakra, your solar plexus, and your brain, all three at the same time. When you do this, notice what happens with your mind. Doesn't your mind go a little quiet? Like all of a sudden it was like bet, 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 bet. Right? Repetitive thought, too much logic. In different traditions like Tai Chi or Bagua or the Japanese form of flower arranging or the tea ceremony, like a lot of martial arts. Anything that you're really good at, like in those cultures, they would say you have to do it with no mind, right? No mind, right? And it's not that you suppress the mind, it's that the mental body, the mind, the repetitive thoughts isn't calling the shots. You have to have instinct, you have to have feeling, and you have to have the thoughts all kind of in that formula, and then everything goes quiet, right? So again, think about it. You're in this place where now in this place of quiet, observe the situation that you're trying to address, be it a problem or something you're trying to make better. You want a deeper connection in a relationship. You want to be innovative in the workplace. You want to be able to become an expert in a particular field. Think about when you look at it from this point of view, what is happening? You're observing something, but notice it feels different than it did 15 minutes ago. And if I said, how does that feel? A lot of you would go, I don't know, right? Now, think of it again from the place of logic. Logic is based on past experiences. It's formed some sort of value. It's stuck it on the shelf. It's memory. It's all of these things, and it forms strategies very slowly, right? It has to work out the hypothesis. It has to work out the theory just to make sure that it can produce some sort of result, which is good, but you're never going to change something from that place. It's always about let's maintain this and let's do repetition. We've already figured this out. Let's keep it in the repetitive nature. So then when you look at this situation and you go, I don't know how I feel. I don't know what my next step is. You're stepping into intuition. You're stepping into a place of possibility rather than a place of repetition. Repetition is going to produce that same result over and over and over again. Even though you might expect different outcomes, it's going to produce the same thing over and over again. So, in a way, that's a scientific method. But if the scientific method is, how do I suffer in this situation? Boom, you nailed it. How do I walk out of this thing that's causing me suffering? I don't know. That means you're open to the possibility of something new or different that can happen. I don't know what's going to happen. Logic says you have to know what's going to happen. Otherwise, how are you going to produce the result? Intuition is like, I got this. I'll just start dancing. I'll just start movement. And if I'm wrong, I'll adjust. If I'm wrong, I'll adapt. I have instinct. I have feeling. I have my thoughts. And if I combine them, I can walk out of anything. So now, put your awareness on the sex chakra, the solar plexus, and the brain. But this time, let's take it a step further. Try to balance the three. A third of your awareness on the sex chakra, a third of it on the solar plexus, a third of your awareness is on the brain. Now, at first, it's going to be a little hard, but practice and then we'll do something to make it easier. You're balancing all three. Okay, and then let it go for a moment. And then again, sex chakra, solar plexus, brain, all three at the same time. Your awareness is on each one. A third on your brain, a third on your solar, a third on your sex. Your awareness is distributed evenly. And then let it go. Notice how you feel right now. Your mind's a little quieter. Your emotions are a little calmer. Your instincts are just in a chill mode, right? Now, observe that same situation that you've been looking at and notice how it seems, how you perceive it from the place that you are at now. That situation seems a little different, yeah? Even if it's just a little bit, the difference can be like, I don't know what's going on there. Like, I don't know, like it could be like total uncertainty. But in that uncertainty is when change can happen, right? Now, how do we make this so that I don't have to sit and go, okay, I'm dealing with this difficult situation. Give me a minute. Brain, solar plexus, sex. Now I can do this. You're gonna look like a crazy person, right? Which, I kind of do anyway, but we don't need to encourage people to think we're as crazy as we really are, right? So if you think about the thing that we've talked about over the years, kind of comes into play here. You've been prepped for this for the ones that have been around for a while. You've been prepped for this for a very long time. This isn't something where you can just drop it in and go, oh, let's do this 3 braid thing. It took years of prep to be able to bring this forward. So you have 3 centers in your body, 3 energetic centers, also known as chakras, that you could say transmute things, right? They raise the vibration, they shift it. So in your low back, opposite your navel, is a center known as the Meng Men. Now, this center takes energy from your lower centers and shoots it up high to energize your whole body, but it also energizes your brain. Interesting. Energizes your brain. This is the center also associated with Archangel Raphael, the angel known as the healer. Even more interesting. This center is also associated planetary energy-wise, Mercury. The center of planetary energy that has to do with harmony, has to do with communication, has to do with perception. I'm sure it's a coincidence, right? Kabbalistically, the Ming Men is associated with what you would call the inner sense. Like you have senses in your body, you have things that you sense internally that are separate from the collective unconscious, that are separate from the environment, right? So this inner sense is your ability to turn inward. Okay. So you could say this is what transmutes things physically. Then you go to the back heart. The back heart is literally the removal of obstacles. It breaks down emotional boundaries, which are usually self-imposed. But even if they're boundaries that are from the environment, the thing that breaks that down is the heart. This is what transmutes things emotionally. And then your crown transmutes things mentally. It's what breaks down like our repetitive thoughts, our opinions, our ideas, our concepts, the little stories that we've created about this and about that. That's the mind. Now, if you look at the 3 brains, the sex chakra has to do with instinctive responses and is tied to the physical body. I wonder what the Ming Men is transmuting. the sex chakra, right? So when you get triggered, it's not just that the sex chakra gets stimulated, the Ming Men gets stimulated. Properly, it transmutes it. When it's not functioning properly, you get a fight flight response, like because the Ming Men's also associated with the adrenals. So then you go, ugh, or run, or whatever it is, right? But when harnessed properly, the Ming Men transmutes the third brain. Then you have the lower emotions associated with the solar plexus. Remember, an eye for an eye. Then the back heart transmutes the emotions. And it goes from an eye to an eye for an eye, to loving kindness, patience, tolerance. And more importantly, when we say patience and tolerance, yes, it might be about other people, but more importantly, it's usually about ourselves. Then we have all that stuff going on in our brain. And the crown can either raise vibration or lower vibration. So all three of those centers actually can do that. But let me explain on the crown. It can raise vibration by transmuting the thoughts. It takes the thoughts they were like, this is this, and this is that, and this is my story, and the crown goes, I don't know about that. Let's get rid of that. Kicks it out of your system. Why would you want to lower the vibration of something? Lowering the vibration means bringing it into form, concretizing it. As soul energy or divine energy comes in, it has to be stepped down to be able to be handled by the mind, by the emotions, by the body. So when that energy comes down, it concretizes it, like it physicalizes it in your mind. When we think of an illuminated mind, how does that happen? One of the aspects is divine energy or soul energy comes down and is concretized into the brain, right? So the issue is that when we shoot energy up, right, that this is what helps us to spiritually grow and evolve. Not what comes down, but what goes up, right? Whatever we shoot up through the top of our head, there's a corresponding energy that descends, right? So when we say, I've learned my lesson, it goes up. And then there's a corresponding energy that comes down, and we go, I want to concretize that I've learned that lesson. So as it hits the crown brings it into the mind, it brings it into the emotions, and it brings it into the body. Remember what I said about the karmic imagery? It's in your blood. It's flowing through your physiology. It's flowing through your emotions. It's flowing through your mind. When that energy comes down and concretizes it, you're basically bringing light into your bloodstream. You're getting rid of those imagery. In esoteric Christianity, this mechanism of bringing down the light and physicalizing it into the blood is you could say is being saved through the blood of Christ. It's not that he bled on the cross, it's that the light enters your blood. That's all it means. And you know how they say through the cross is the salvation? The cross is a cross on the top of your head where the light comes in. In the Buddhist and Hindu traditions, this would be known as the blue pearl. In the Christian tradition, there's a passage in the Bible, make your eyes one and your body will be filled with light, is associated with this process. Just doing this process activates the blue pearl without you meditating on it.
Sorry, when you started this out and before you started talking about the Ming Men, would you say maybe you gave this whole process a name or?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Okay, never mind.
We're going to be going back around through it. So, yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we have the Mingmen, the back heart, the crown. We know that it transmutes the sex chakra, the solar plexus, and the brain. So what happens if we mix the chocolate and the peanut butter? Mm. Something delicious happens, right? So we've tried to balance these things. You saw how easy or how hard it was. Let's see what happens when we do this process when they're mixed. So keep your eyes closed. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now move your awareness to the Ming Men, opposite your navel on the low back. Your awareness is on your low back. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your solar plexus below your ribs.
Your awareness is on the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Your back heart, between your shoulder blades. You're just taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then your awareness is on the brain. And then move your awareness to the top of your head. Just let go, keep your eyes closed. Just be for a moment. Just let everything go and just be aware. Just be. Now in this place, remember when we tried to have our awareness on the brain, the solar, and the sex evenly? A third of our awareness on each? Try that again. Let that go. Keep your eyes closed, just let that go. Now, that situation that you wanted to improve or that difficulty you wanted to address, observe it. Just observe it. How do you perceive it now? Okay, let it go. Let's do that one more time. Your awareness is on your sex chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the low back, opposite the navel. Long, slow, deep breaths. The solar plexus, which is below your ribs. The back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Yes. Awareness on the back heart, be still. Your awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on the crown. And then just let go. Just be. Observe that situation, that area that you're wishing to improve, or the difficulty you're wishing to address. What do you notice? Feels different, right? Think about the way it felt when we first looked at it versus now. Things don't seem the same, right? Now, this time, I'd like you to put your awareness gently on your bladder. How bad do you need to go to the bathroom? Observe it. Now let's take action, adjust, and adapt. Let's go ahead and take a bathroom break and we'll come back at 5 till. Okay, everybody, let's go ahead and start to pull out some oils from your kit. And so here we're going to work an aspect of the instinctual responses. So this would be associated with the root brain, also the sex chakra. So pull out one of the oils listed, one of the sages, a lavender, a lavandin.
And from your kit,
Oh, I have to look up the kit.
looks like Violet Healer for your kit, guys.
Oh, yeah. Perfect. Okay, just let's get rolling in just a sec. So let's, you're pulling out the oils. And now begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your lungs. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the lungs. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the lungs.
The lungs.
Mhm. Mhm. You're still on the lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're inhaling. Your awareness is on the lungs. Now move your awareness to the liver. You're inhaling. Your awareness is on the liver. You're inhaling. Your awareness is on the liver. Right hand side below your ribs. Your awareness is on your liver. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, go to your midline. Go to the right about 2 inches below the ribs. So not where the liver is. You're moving a bit more to the midline, about 2 inches from the midline, still to the right, under the ribs. Yeah, perfect. So this is not exactly the gallbladder, but it works the gallbladder. It's easier to find than the gallbladder. Down to the kidneys. And then the spleen, which is on the left-hand side below your ribs. And then just be still. Just be still. Same oil. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your lungs. You're inhaling with your awareness on your lungs. Move your awareness to the liver. Right hand side below your ribs. Azustrina. I was hoping. Little. Very nice. Go for it. Now, the gallbladder area, so go down to your midline, go down to like here, and then go off to the right just a little bit, like over here, below your ribs. Not quite that far. Like go about like to right there. Yeah. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Then the kidneys. And then the spleen. So left-hand side below your ribs. And then just be still, be aware. Notice how you feel, especially your body. Notice how your body feels. Anytime you use something that has violet in it, violet prana, it calms down the sympathetic part of the nervous system, which is your fight flight. So it's a fancy way of saying it calms down your instinctual responses, calms down the agitation. Now, we're going to move to the component of feelings. So choices are cistus, galbanum, melissa, St. John's wort, which is in the kit for purchase, emotional release, Gilead, and Paracelsus. Mm-hmm. Ante. That was a smooth move where you're like, no, you. It was a smooth move where you're like,
Is there a lot of violet prana evidently been in ANS support?
yeah, 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 yeah,
Greg,
yeah.
Greg,
So go,
sorry. Who's the last one?
St. John's wort.
The last one was.
Oh, violet healer.
Violet healer.
Violet healer. Yeah. There you go. So you're inhaling, your awareness is on the lungs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the lungs. Your liver, right hand side below your ribs. Top. Yeah. They're really just kind of different from each other, they're not. Yeah, yeah. Right hand side below the ribs, the liver. Your awareness is on the gallbladder, which is a couple inches from the midline to the right below the ribs. Then go to your kidneys. And then the spleen, left hand side below your ribs. Your awareness is on your spleen, left-hand side below the ribs. Just be still. Just let go. Just be for a moment. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the lungs. Taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the liver, right hand side below your ribs. Your awareness is on the gallbladder, so go down to the midline, over a couple inches to the right, below the ribs. Again, this isn't exactly the gallbladder, but it works the gallbladder. Your kidneys, your awareness is on the kidneys. How you doing, Karen? How you doing? You have a look on your face. Your awareness is on your kidneys. You're taking a nice, long, slow, deep breath. And now the spleen. So left-hand side below your ribs. That was the second. And then just be still. Notice how you feel. Notice your mind, your body, your feelings. We're trying to move into more of a state of being rather than a state of where our thoughts are repetitive and we're thinking about things. You're just trying to allow things to be. So with that, we're going to do the next part, thoughts. So allostasis or assemblage point, aloes, basil, cypress, including cypress supreme, which is all the different cypresses mixed together, which is the oil in the kit. Any sort of eucalyptus, and I just kind of slipped in some bee choices here, Sitka and spruce, but only if you didn't use them for the first segment. I mean, if you don't have anything else, go ahead and use it, but Cypress Supreme. Mm. Mm? I don't know what that is. Oh, that's the cypress wood. Yeah. So you're inhaling. Your awareness is on the lungs. Your awareness is on your liver. Your awareness is on your liver. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move 2 inches from your midline under your ribs. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. The kidneys, your awareness is on the kidneys. And then the spleen on the left-hand side below your ribs. Just be still. Just be still. Okay, one more time. Inhaling, your awareness is on the lungs. Your liver on your right hand side below your ribs, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the liver. About 2 inches from the midline below the ribs, the gallbladder. And then the kidneys. Your awareness is on your kidneys. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your kidneys in the lower back area. And then the spleen. Left hand side below your ribs, the spleen. And then just be still. You put your oils down for a moment, just be still, keep your eyes closed. So let's try something. No oils, nothing you need to do. We're just going to follow that pattern again from the beginning. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. No oil. You're just awareness is on the sex chakra. Your awareness is on the low back, opposite your navel, on the back side, your low back. Your awareness is on your solar plexus, below your ribs, on your upper abdomen. Your back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the back heart. Your awareness is on your brain. Then your awareness is on your crown, the top of your head. Then just let it go for a moment. Keep your eyes closed. Just be still. Just let things be. keep your eyes closed and let me just talk you through something. You're going to observe the difficulty or the situation you're wanting to improve. You're just observing it. You're not thinking about what I need to do. You're not trying to control it. You're not trying to manipulate it. You're not trying to make it something. You're just perceiving it. So let me say it like this. When you allow something to be it however good or bad that it is, when you allow it to be, it stops controlling you. You may have a fear, but the goal is that the fear doesn't have you. The fear can arise. It happens to everybody. But we don't want the fear to possess us. So when you allow something to be, then it can be different. Then you can do the dance. Then you can shift. But until you let go of the manipulation, the controlling, the judgment, I want it to be this way, I want it to be that way, at that point, you're trying to not let it be. You're trying to make it into something you want. That's logic. You're trying to make something happen. If you're going to use intuition, you have to observe the nature of what you're addressing, and then you do the dance. You let intuition make those fast decisions. You let intuition shift and change, adjust, adapt. Intuition is the part that innovates, not logic. Logic maintains something. So just observe the situation, and there might just be observation. You might feel inspired. Even the inspiration, you just watch. Because if you're not in a place where you're interacting with it right now, it's just an inspiration. If you want to heal your body physically, this is a way to unwind you being at odds with your body. If you're wanting to unwind something psychologically, it's a way to unwind those things. If it's a relationship or something in business, it's a way to innovate. If it's a spiritual practice, it's a way to step away from all those things, all those traps that your mind makes, and really start embracing the soul or divinity, the spirit. Okay. So let's maybe share experiences, ask questions. Let's share experiences first. You can unmute yourself or type in or flag me down out here. So. Karen, you had a thing that.
Oh, the very first thing that occurred to me was that the very, very first about our thinking
Mhm.
and logical mind
Mhm.
that we all must have some form
Right. Yeah. So she was saying, as we were talking about the difference between the logical mind and the intuitive mind, she said everybody probably has some form of PTSD. And you could say, I would agree with that, but I'd like if I could say it in different words. The logical mind doesn't like change. So what traumatizes the logical mind? Change. So anytime, if you think of what PTSD is, post-traumatic stress disorder. So stress is when you're displaced out of a state. Like even something positive can be actually stressful because it's change. The mind likes repetition. The logical mind likes repetition. So anytime it's pushed out of that state of repetition, that's what we call stress. So if there's enough change, be it good or bad, it actually can cause a traumatic state. Usually it's something negative. But I can go back to the things that I have experienced in my life that made my life way better. Not one time did I choose it. Like I was like, I'm gonna do this, and then life threw me a curveball, punched me in the stomach, and went, "Really? How about you adjust that a little bit there, little guy?" And then I was like, "Ugh, okay." Ugh. And then when I made those adjustments, that's when something got good. So my initial perception, not that great, right? So if you didn't embrace the change, that becomes traumatic. If you embrace the change, that becomes evolutionary. Now, sometimes things happen where you're in a situation where people got shot, people got hurt, people got, in a car accident. That's truly traumatic, right? But sometimes what people call PTSD is not embracing the change that's being presented to them. And I go back to there's situations where I fought tooth and nail to stay in a situation. And looking back, I didn't like the people. I didn't like the situation. It wasn't good for me. I didn't want to be like them. They were poor examples. It made me make less money. I wasn't happy. Yet I fought tooth and nail to stay in that situation. Why? It was repetition. It's what I was doing. Right? Change was not something I was like, hey, let's change. It's like, let's keep doing the same thing, but I want a different outcome. Right? That's nuts. It wasn't that long ago. It wasn't like oh, I'm so wise now that I'm older. No, still a little kid goofball. I just can see it quicker, like, but still make the same mistakes. But the goal is I see it quicker and I pull out of it, right? Because some of it is just it's a way of thinking, it's our physiology, it's maybe how we were raised, we might have like opinions about something, or even this process that we just did, you're basically moving away from the solar plexus more to the heart. Whenever you work the organs of blood purification, you're moving from the sense of self to the sense of something bigger than yourself, right? Lower emotions are of the self. Higher emotions that activate the heart are something that gets transmuted and moves its way up. Physiologically, you could say energetically and physiologically, the lower emotions are tied to earth. All the things that activate the upper centers are the planetary influences, something outside of your senses, right? So even here, it's outside your sensory pieces of information. It's beyond rational thought. The earth, we get, our feet are on the earth. We get it, right? It's rational and makes sense. That thing that makes sense does not activate the heart. It's the thing that's beyond the senses, beyond rational thought. That's what activates the heart. So even when we're looking at emotions, it's more the planetary influences that activate the heart rather than being grounded and practical in the physical everyday world. Right? It's not one or the other, it's the mixing of both. And you could say sometimes these two things are opposite and they really don't blend together too well. But the way our consciousness is, two things can exist that do not complement each other. They both can be true. They both can totally be true. You can walk with both of them, just like you walk with logic and intuition, just like how you walk with lower emotions and higher emotions. just like you walk with instinctual responses that trigger you and make you freak out or act out, and instinctual responses like, I need to meet that person because that person's gonna, connect me to something that is better for me. Yeah. Both can exist. Logic is a little overrated. It's necessary. It's not as smart. It's not as smart as it thinks it is. Intuition and logic together is wisdom. That's what you shoot for, wisdom.
Go ahead, Christy.
Hey, Miss Christie.
Hey guys.
It's like I just saw you. It's kind of weird.
I know, and yet it feels like a long time ago. Like, when are you coming back? So, my experience probably has a lot to do with the fact that I am going back through the glands. I haven't finished it, but I did a bunch this morning. And I just wanted to share that of all the years that I've been doing this work, this is truly the first time that my body and my mind have been this quiet and this still. And the impulses of distraction are drastically reduced. I
Oh,
can't
good.
thank you enough. That
Good, good,
that
good.
is profound.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, a lot of the things in our mind, it's not just one thing. It's the nerves, it's the glands, it's energy, it's the past, it's other people. But the more you just start making things right, it starts to become easier and easier to go, I'm just going to quiet all this down. Basically, it's like another way of saying you stepped out of logic for a moment. And when you're in the intuitive state, you're just being, right? Now, just being is awesome, but just being doesn't balance the checkbook. You know what I mean? Like there's a time to step into it, and there's a time where I'm like, I got to step back into logic. Like logic, I just made the statement that it's overrated, but what it does well. So the things that logic needs to do, you let logic do it. And the things that it doesn't do well, you let intuition do it. And then when you're able to step back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, that starts to become wisdom. So good for you.
A couple shares. During one of the series of working the solar plexus, I suddenly felt something big let go.
Yeah.
I feel a ton lighter.
Yeah. Like even just doing this process will make you start like letting the emotions work up. Like they'll go from the solar plexus up and activate the heart. And you're either accepting it, integrating it, transmuting it, releasing it. Sometimes it's like, well, I see the other side of the coin, or I see like you'll get bigger perspectives. Looking at it from the point of view of the solar plexus is like looking at it through a microscope. Looking at it from the heart is like looking at it through binoculars. Looking at it from the forehead is like looking at it from a telescope.
They added the gland work has been amazing for me as well. And I just keep rewatching that class over and
Yeah.
over.
Yeah. Yeah. And for those of you that don't know what they're talking about, like 2 weeks ago, we did a free class for the energetics of the glands. It's a free class. If you didn't do it, do they reach out or they just
No,
get it
they
on
can
YouTube?
just-
It's just on YouTube. Go on YouTube and
Yeah, and we actually have the whole previous class with the workbook online
Yeah.
now too.
so you can get it. It's a free class. The kit's not even that involved. It's a very simple kit. So
And I can put the link in there for you guys for
Mhm.
that. And yeah, any questions too, guys? You're
And
welcome to
everybody
ask.
It's
It's
just-
Plant Ron, YouTube.
yeah. Yeah.
I had 1 second of bliss during something.
Mhm.
It's like, oh. And what you were saying is like you're getting rid of the yeah buts.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
The yeah buts. Yep. That's a good way of saying it.
Yeah.
The yeah buts. And Peter, like if you go on the website, you can download the class and the booklet all just from it's a free thing. So just go on there, look at past classes, boom, and you can download it. So it's probably easier to find there. Anytime.
So when we're talking about things being trapped in the body, like can muscle actually physicalize that trauma, that PTSD?
So she's asking like things being trapped in the body, can muscle physicalize it in the body? Yes, especially with tension. Like the more something tightens up, like you have something happen and you go, ah, you just physicalize that into the body, right? And then even if you look at it from the point of view of like a car accident, you see the car accident happening, you don't go, okay, let's go limp. You go, ah! And a lot of the neck and shoulder injury is actually from you tensing so hard as the impacts happen. So, what's that?
Just work like
No, it can be like she's asking, can it be from other things? It could be psychological, it can be energetic. Part of how you physicalize even spiritual energy is you like, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum.
okay.
Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. And so some of it can be taking action, right? But also it's fascia, like the fascia, like even when a lot of divine energy comes in, sometimes the fascia is like just like psychological things, stress, all kinds of things. Like the fascia just gets kind of poopy, and like the energy comes in and then it just makes you a little congested. So doing health rays, opening up the fascia, salt baths, all those things help to keep flushing that out so that when the energy comes in, it can like rearrange and put you in a different state. Because like this was me for a long time. I'd go, oh, finally I can start to, like when I first started meditating, I felt like this. My eyes were closed. I just felt like, okay, my eyes are closed. I can hear everybody blissing out, not blissing out. And then finally I started experiencing bliss. Like I was like, oh, I got a little taste. And then I'd wake up and I'd just go back to that same old state, like, of being stressed or being whatever. And I was like, well, that's a bummer. How do I hold on to it longer? Right. And so little by little, the energy body started changing. But when I would clean the fascia, like I could hold on to that meditative state. Like I could hold on to it for days or even weeks. And then pretty soon it just stopped going away. Like now, like in the beginning, it's like, okay, I'm trying to close my eyes to meditate. I feel like I do right now. Right. Like, even though I'm sitting here talking, I feel more like what I do in meditation. Like, it's almost like it flipped.
Okay.
Like now I'm like, yeah, I'm talking, but if I close my eyes and quiet my mind, I'll start taking off. So sometimes I have to keep my eyes open because sometimes I'm not allowed to drive because of that. Because I'll start going, because it's just, it gets to be like too easy. So it is what it is. Yeah.
I think we missed that. How'd that go again?
That's how I meditate. Yeah, it almost always is. Yeah, yeah. So she's saying like when she's doing body work, she has people who have physicalized things. Some of it also is logic, like, oh, I want this to get better. I want the shoulder to get better. And all that does is make more resistant in the body. And so, like, if you can get them into more of an intuitive state, that's why like mugwort, like you put mugwort on, all of a sudden the energy starts flowing. It's because it shifts them out of their logic. It's actually, mugwort is interesting. It's a mental stimulant, but not for logic. Like it's a mental stimulant, but more for the intuitive state or even the integrating of the two. And so in Chinese medicine, they use that for moxibustion. But, if you put it on something where the shoulder's not getting well, we're using the shoulder, for example. You put it below, you put it above, you put it on the neck, you put it on the back heart or whatever, and all of a sudden you're like, God, that feels better. You shifted them out of their logical mind, more in the intuitive mind. The energy starts flowing, it starts healing at a faster rate. That's why they use it in Chinese medicine. I mean, they have a different explanation, but it's what's happening.
I use oils kind of like that, but I didn't know Mugwort did that.
What's that?
I said I use oils kind of like what
Yeah.
you're saying. But
Yeah,
I
yeah.
didn't know that.
And there's other oils that do that, but sometimes it starts to be more specific to what that condition is or what state they're in, like what their condition is.
What they
You know.
manage themselves.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Interesting though, huh?
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna follow up on what she said about the body work. So for me personally, if I'm going to get body work and they ignore my boundaries as far as pain levels, you know, where they pushing
Yeah.
through the tissue instead of allowing it to
Yeah.
release, it almost feels like it's re-upping the
Yeah. Too much pressure
emotions and
is not.
tension and stuff like that.
Yeah. Too much pressure isn't good.
It's like you
Yeah.
go right back into flight or fight.
Yeah. So she's saying that like when she gets a massage, if somebody puts too much pressure in, that it can be a little bit traumatizing, both physically and psychologically. Yeah. Yeah. People have different pain thresholds, people have different reactions, but even if you have a really good pain threshold and somebody really works you too hard, it feels like a car accident sometimes.
It sure does.
But like if you're not like in the flow, it might take weeks for you to get over it. If you're in the flow, you like have a bad day or two, and then you're just kind of over it. Like there's kind of a joke like around the house around some of my friends. If I like something like say I fall and hurt myself, I'll just lay there and like I'm not going, oh, the pain. I'm like I'm relaxing into what it is. And then I say something where I go, oh, something good's about to happen. And if you're able to relax the pain, it allows for good things to happen. But sometimes when change is coming, when intuition isn't, when you haven't made an ally from intuition, you see things coming and your logical mind goes, we need to sabotage that. We need to stop it. And if I hurt myself, it won't happen. That's a real thing.
Huh. Like a block.
So when for a while, I haven't had it happen for a while, and hopefully I don't have it happening again, but like when something really good was about to happen, I would hurt myself. Like it wasn't on purpose, but all of a sudden, boom, I'd fall or I'd bump my head or I'd stumble and fall down a couple stairs or something. And then I'd lay there and I was like, yeah, probably sabotaging myself. You know, I've gone down those stairs so many times and this time I did something stupid and, you know, yeah, that's a real thing. And so this practice that we're doing starts to minimize the tendency for you to pump the brakes for when change is happening. It basically aligns you with the process that is happening because it's not just things in the environment. Sometimes goodness is coming, or sometimes the soul is putting something in play and you're fighting it tooth and nail. You know, it takes a lot of refinement to align with those aspects. A lot of refinement. I mean, look at the Dalai Lama. Got pushed out of Tibet, what, in 1959? Had he not gotten pushed out of Tibet, we wouldn't know that much about that form of Buddhism. Those blessings wouldn't be, they'd still be locked up in mountains up in Tibet. And this is words out the Dalai Lama's mouth, not something that I'm like, you know, putting forth. He said, had they not come in, the Tibetan people would have been left back in the last century. You know, now they have Wi-Fi and now they have better roads and now they have better services. And he said, Tibet will be free again, but will be free living in the 21st century, not the 20th century or the 19th century. That's a very big perspective. That takes a very wise soul to see that. I can't say that I'm there, but like I understand what he's saying. You know, sometimes something that seems bad is actually goodness that is just different than what you've been doing. You know, I'm not an expert in Tibet, but I take his word for it. He's a great, great soul.
So, so you're saying just sit with something because then that way you will keep from sabotaging.
Yeah, sit with it, but like the intuition is like that thing where we went sex, Mingmen, solar plexus, back heart, brain, crown. That's your new best friend. Like even if you don't use oils, do that practice. We're going to do it a bunch of times through the weekend. These things that we're doing through the whole weekend enhance that. Because right now I'm just trying to get you to learn the three brains. But once you do the three brains, there's things that have been taught in the past or being taught right now. Then there's this little dance that happens between this and other processes. But at first you have to kind of learn all the processes, right? Then you start dancing. Three brains on steroids is an understatement. Understatement. Yeah.
Go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Miss Sonia.
So does Artemisia open the intuitive like the mugwort?
It opens up the centers. Yeah. Artemisia and mugwort are the same. They're just mugwort's from Morocco and Artemisia is from Nepal. That's the only difference. They smell different, but
Well, I thought one worked more on the left side of the brain and one worked more.
no,
on-
they both the only difference that they have besides smell is one hits REM a little bit more and one hits non-REM a little bit more. But other than that, they're almost identical.
Which hits the REM?
I'd have to look it up. I don't remember.
Okay. All right.
I'll look it up though.
Yeah.
There was also a share, the first couple of rounds through the six-centered pattern, my right brain felt very different than the left brain. By the third run, they felt more even.
Oh, good.
After the last pass, there was a flash of insight.
Good, good, good.
Before that, it was simply energy moving.
Yeah, good, good, good. Good for you.
And go ahead, Linda.
Hey, Miss Linda.
Hi, kids.
Hee
Holy crap. I don't even know where to start.
Holy crap's a good place.
Okay, that's a good. So I didn't sleep last night because my week got worse and worse and worse at work, and it was extremely stressful, and I had all this. I couldn't turn my brain off.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, well, I'll start the class and see how I go with that. And then, oh my gosh, thank you. Thank you. You turned my brain off. Oh, great. Thank you. Okay. But now I'm going, okay, now what am I going to do about this? What am I going to do about that? I just got to get it out of that, right? Just go with the intuition and stop trying to control stuff.
Well, sometimes you'll get intuitive insight. So just do a brain dump so you can leave it. Like sometimes if you don't do a brain dump, you'll keep thinking about it because you don't want to forget it or you'll keep processing it. So I do this where I leave like a pad of paper or an iPad by my bed. And so if I have insight in the middle of the night, I get up, I do a brain dump and I went, and then I go back to sleep. And so insight can come at any given time. And so just be prepared for it. Do a brain dump so you don't lose it. And also, just because you had a brain dump doesn't mean that that's the final answer. Remember, like truth and problem solving is dynamic. Like, so you might be getting a piece of it that gets you to the next piece. So even though it might be like, oh, I do this, and then in a couple days you're like, yeah, I'm kind of past that. There's even more. It's like it allows your mind to kind of process things in pieces to get you to like a different place. So it's good to do like little brain dumps. So if you have a bunch of information coming in, like for me, I don't do 3 brains right before I go to bed because I'll sit and I'll be processing information, like things just start moving. So I do it earlier in the day so that when I go to bed at night, I'm sleeping. Because if I do it right before I go to bed, I won't sleep for 3 or 4 hours.
I woke up going, okay, I'm just going to quit.
Right.
And I can't quit. Then I'd have to quit you, and I can't do that.
Yeah.
So
Well,
my job pays for you, my addiction.
you're right, sweet. But like, like this is what I say. Like even who knows, maybe quitting's on the table, but you're doing it because it's the right thing, you're making a calm decision, and you already have an exit strategy so that you just flow into the next thing. And if you don't have an exit strategy, you go, I'll quit when I have the next job, rather than, I can't stand this anymore, I gotta quit. Like when you're in that state, resolve the issue before you make the decision. And a lot of times, like you said, you resolve the mental state, and then you realize, okay, I might leave, I might not, but I'm staying for now, and I just have to problem solve this. If you think about like what you're saying, like you almost feel like you're being held hostage in something where you can't win. If you're able to
Exactly.
innovate, you can go like whatever the situation is, I can make it better. I can walk out of this. I'm not held hostage anymore. And it's like what I was saying just a minute ago. You allow something to be so it doesn't control you anymore. So you go, okay, this job sucks. This situation sucks. My boss sucks, whatever it is. Okay, so but now what do I do about it? And at first, the logical mind goes, I'll do this, I'll do that. You just sit and observe. And then pretty soon you'll start to have like little pieces of imagery coming in your mind. Then pretty soon you go, I'm going to step out of the box on this one. Because the beautiful thing about stepping out of the box, nobody sees it coming. Nobody, like, how you're dealing with your logical mind, you're also dealing with other people's logical mind. And they go, I want repetition. This is what we've always been doing. And when you innovate, all of a sudden you're doing something different. But not only is it different for you, it's different for them. So they don't see it coming. And you do it just little movements at a time. And pretty soon you've walked them away from that place of dysfunction. Not only did you walk away, you walked them away. You basically are teaching them a more upgraded behavior. You'd never be able to do it verbally. You'd never be able to do it with facts. You do it with this little dance.
OMG. Wow. Thank you.
Yeah.
I needed, wow. Okay. I needed to hear everything you just said. Thank you. I'm
You're
not
so
going anywhere. I'll be right here.
Let's make sure you're in a good place by the end of Sunday. Like check in with me before you leave on Sunday so we know that you're like ready to face next week with your inner sassiness. I don't know why sassy became a word for me about a month ago, but like everything's sassy now.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you.
But
Thank
think
you.
about it, like when you're in a difficult situation, like you feel like a little bit of a hostage. When you start to feel a little sassy, you're like, I might be a hostage, but I'm hostage just for right now. Give me 15 minutes. Let's see how it goes. You start to kind of like not be afraid is not the right word, but we always talk about fight, flight, but there's fight, flight, and then freeze. And sometimes we're in these difficult situations, we just freeze and go into a holding pattern where when you go, well, I'm miserable. So if I change something, maybe it gets better, maybe it gets worse. I don't know, but it's going to change.
Have fun.
Could be fun, could be better, could be happier, could be, this is the one that always just blows my mind. could change and be completely uneventful. Like, I'm like, oh, there's going to be some kind of drama. And there's not. And it also changed. It's like, huh. I think I was kind of expecting a little drama, maybe even hoping for a little drama. Like everybody was like, oh, that blew my mind, when everybody just kind of shifted and there was nothing.
Wow, that is powerful. I like that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
so
you,
welcome.
thank you, thank you.
Question, I just want to make sure I have it right. So the three brains is doing sixth chakra, solar plexus, entire brain, then trying to devote third. And then sixth chakra, wingman, solar plexus, back arc, friend.
You're practicing both. Yeah, you're practicing both. Yeah. But as you do the second, where you go six, Ming Men, solar plexus, back heart, balancing the three almost becomes automatic. So really, when we were balancing the three, he was asking the practice. When you're balancing the three, part of it is you're starting to experience that your mind is kind of quieting and letting things flow, but you also are starting to experience that kind of state of light coming in and a higher creativity coming in, but also you're acknowledging this is a little harder than it looks. And then you do the other little process, and then you go, this is a little easier than it looks. It literally, it's like if you try to like logically do it, you're kind of doing it like in a place of logic. So you're training your mind like this is what it looks like. And then your mind tries to go, logical mind, this is too hard. Like you're basically fatiguing your logical mind so that it becomes easier to slip in logic. So this is a thing in a lot of traditions, especially in like Buddhist, Native American things. Even growing up Catholic, they would do like their version of this is basically you're given tasks to exhaust the mind. And then in that moment of exhaustion, you can slip in a little bit of light or a little bit of wisdom, right? So, even for the ones that did PH, we would be given busy work for a little while. And then at some point you're like, I'm exhausted, I'm frustrated, I can't do this anymore. That's the teaching moment. That's the moment where something can shift and change. But for a while, you're just fighting your drives, your motivations, your physiology. So I think I've told you one of my teachers in the early days, he was in a Buddhist monastery, and he was doing his practice. And if they said chant Om for 4 hours, he'd go, yeah, let's make it 8. And then they'd go, okay, do these exercises for 8 hours. He goes, I'm going to make it a couple of days. Then they'd say, like, read this book for a week. He'd go, make that 2 weeks. And so he's in the middle of doing one of his practices, and he goes, and then I had this amazing realization. This is all bullshit. And so he went up to the Lama and he said, you're giving me busy work. Like, this is all a bunch of BS. And he said the Lama got really uncomfortable, and the Lama looked him straight in the eye and he goes, yeah, you're right. He goes, well, why did you do that? He goes, you have to exhaust the mind and the body so that the teaching moment can happen. So you basically are given a practice to hit your head against the wall until you go, I can't do this anymore. I give up. And then in that moment, something new could come in. Otherwise, the logical mind's always going to tweak it. It's always going to manage it. It's always going to try to control it. So one of the techniques is you exhaust it. Think about it. If you're trying to train a dog and it's all full of energy and you go, okay, potty on the paper. It's not having any part of that. You take it for a long walk, you exhaust it a little bit and you go, okay, now potty on the paper. It's like, okay. It becomes easier to train because it's got exercise and it got fatigued. And so it becomes easier to manage. Logic is that way. There's things in different traditions where, like in the Japanese tradition, where they give you things like harmonize these two things or sit with these two ideas that are in complete opposition. And you're like, it can't. And they go, keep trying. And then at some point you're like, ugh. And then in that moment, you have purer awareness. And then you go, oh, I can observe both these things. They both can exist. but logic tries to make sense of it. If this is this way, then that has to be that way. They're like, nope, 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 nope. And then pretty soon your brain goes, I give up. And in that moment, that's what happens. So when you're doing a third here, a third here, a third here, you're basically like loading the logical mind and go, okay, maintain that for as long as you can. And then at some point, the logical mind goes, I give up. I can't keep doing this. I can't keep doing it. And then you go, okay, now you can be intuitive. Now you can let intuition do what it's going to do. So I'll give you my example. I mean, I have a bunch of examples in this area, but I was talking about like when I would sit to meditate, I would go like, oh, okay, I feel relaxed, but I just feel like I'm closing my eyes and I feel like I do right now. Like I just, I feel logical. I feel like this, I feel like that. If they go, meditate on the golden flame above your head, I was like, how big is this golden flame? How intense is the light? Is it American gold or Indian gold? I'm not joking. I thought that. American gold or Indian gold, very different colors, very different colors. Which one do I choose? I couldn't get past whatever, right? And so instruction was given to me, stay up until you can't stay awake anymore, until you're about ready to fall asleep. And it might take 12 hours, might take 24 hours. I think it was 36 hours for me. I stayed up, I stayed up, I stayed up. And then right as you're about ready to fall asleep, meditate. And I was like, that sounds silly, but okay. And in that moment, like I was exhausted. My body was exhausted. My mind was exhausted. I couldn't think clearer anymore. So I couldn't have that. What size is the flame? What color is the gold? I was just like, gold, whatever. Yeah, gold. Yeah. However big the flame is, I just whatever. Like I just got to the whatevers. Yeah. And in that moment, I took off. And then I was like, wait, I think I just meditated. I just had an expansion. And then after that, it became easier and became easier and became easier. And so for a while, I would only meditate when I was exhausted. And then after like 5, 6 times, I could meditate and take off anytime. It would be awesome if we could override the mind, but sometimes you just have to fatigue it to retrain it. If you know that, then why fight it? Utilize it. It's a very good technique. Like even if I'm having a hard time like clicking over into clairvoyance, in the old days you would do these things with your eyes and try to do things with your forehead and everything. I sit and I just bounce that out for a moment, like, okay, brain, solar plexus, sex chakra. After like a couple of minutes, I'm like, okay, I'm good to go. Boom. Give me something to look at. So for a while, that's your ticket. Like that gets you through the door, right? Even if you feel like I have no ability in that area, just fatigue the mind and then walk through the door. It'll start happening. Everybody's wired to be intuitive. You're actually more intuitive than you think. You just wouldn't call some of the things you do intuition. But you use intuition every day. Here we're just giving it a form. I used to teach this in the corporate setting, but I'd always do it one-on-one and I would change the verbiage. I would call it the process of innovation. If I called it clairvoyance, they would pay me less. So I would say it's innovative. So they would take me more serious. Yeah.
Want to run it down real quick?
We've already done it.
Good.
Yeah. Same process. So somebody said, can we run through that process? Like it's the same thing where we do sex, Ming Men, solar plexus, back heart, brain, crown. I wouldn't say, I would just say, put your awareness here, put your awareness here. I wouldn't give it any of the names. And then I'd go, now just look at your problem, just like we were doing. Okay, now go through the centers again. Now look at your problem. And I'd just say, we're connecting to our body. We're connecting our mind and our body, which is true. I just didn't use esoteric or spiritual verbiage to it. I would just make it very scientific.
I'm gonna try
Yeah.
that with Brian.
Yeah. Yeah.
Speak to them in the language that they speak. Don't try to get them to convert to a new language. If I try to get people in a corporate setting to follow the language, it would fail. But if I spoke to them in their language, it makes sense. So,
Yeah, and then we have some chat here and some hands raised still. Linking up all points created something I might call Kundalini, fluttering eyes and soft spinning jewel above the head.
yeah. And make it stronger when you go sex, Ming Men, solar plexus, back heart, brain, crown. We're going to do it later, but the thing that you do after that is you put your awareness on the tip of your nose. That quiets the mind even deeper and allows Kundalini to move up. So, yeah, you're on the right track.
And then go ahead, Sonia, then Denise.
Hey, Sonia.
Let's get you unmuted. Okay, try again. Sorry, I think we did it right at the same time. Go ahead and unmute yourself again.
Is it muted now?
You're good.
For things like the sex, Ming, front, solar, back, heart, brain, and crown, at some point, instead of doing the consecutive, do they all activate at once?
Very good question. At some point when you keep, so here we're talking about 3 brains. I haven't been mentioning this yet because it's further down the process, but they become so aligned that it causes like the building of what you would call the pillar of light. It does something to the spine. And as the pillar of light gets established, that even changes the dynamics of how things work. And basically what you're calling the pillar of light in old mystical practices, they would call that the elongated brain, which is all 3 of those brains start to function at once without thinking about it. They're just always engaged.
Okay.
And then go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Miss Denise.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. It follows Sonia's a bit because I kind of bounce back and forth with this. Sometimes, at least initially, when you'd say like focus on the solar plexus, I would really like kind of almost go into the solar plexus or at least picture like the conical vortex, right? But now I'm shifting between that and doing it from the ajna. Is there, you know what I mean? And because I can draw a line of light to it and just try to direct it that way, and I kind of get lost. So, but my guess is that slowly I'll end up where you talked about, maybe the elongated brain. Does that make sense?
The elongated brain works when the instinct, the feelings, and the brain all get like aligned. So
Okay.
yeah, it's just a process. Yeah, it's a process.
But so I guess going back, should I be doing it from the Ajna Center or
I
more?
would just do it with focus. I wouldn't necessarily put your awareness on the ajna. Just
More
like
intention. More intention.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
When you
The other-
focus, you're activating the ajna anyway. So just do it with focus.
Oh, I love that. Okay, that helps a lot because
Mhm.
I've been kind of, and then at a certain point, I'm like, even where are we? You know, all of a sudden I'm gone.
No, that's
I'm
good.
just gone.
Yeah.
You know?
That's good. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you
Yeah.
very much.
Yeah. Anybody else here? Any, meeny, miny, mo. Yeah, go ahead.
During that process, had an image of a gray cloud. Then as we were continuing, behind the cloud, to see the rays of sunshine. And then as we continued more, well, I guess as we completed this part, I could see the sun peeking out a little bit from behind the cloud. But my mind, instead of saying, yay, wow, the sun is coming out, mine was like, I can't believe that the sun could come out. And in that, I sensed that I was having resistance to the sun coming out.
I would say logic is having resistance to the mind coming out. So so she was saying she had this visual where like there was gray clouds, and then as she was doing the practice, like the sun started coming out, and she said like her inner awareness was like she didn't believe that the sun could come out or like pierce through the. So what she's perceiving is like past perceptions or like the thought processes of the mind. And it's already, because it's coming to her not as like words, it's coming to her as imagery. Intuition's already sinking in, right? But then the logical mind is like, yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, all this intuition, the sun, really? No, I don't know about that. And so it goes back to the thing where practicing the three brains, where you go, okay, brain, solar plexus, sex chakra, you're fatiguing the brain, or you're fatiguing each one of those so that logic can go, I give up. And then in that moment, the sun can come out. Like, because the logical mind's not going, I don't know about that, or I don't think so, or that's not really the sun, or, whatever it is. It lets go of the story. Let's go of the story.
So should it get better as we go
Yeah.
through the
But like the part to work like for a while, and we're going to keep working this throughout the day. Do the brain, the solar, the sex, because that is the part that it's like training the dog to potty on the paper. Like you're like, okay, look, logical mind, you have to potty on the paper. Like you can't potty everywhere. Like you have to do it in a way that, you have to be trained. And so the thing that it is like when the logical mind's been working for a while, it's hard to say, okay, now don't do that. Or if you have a lot of thought processes, or a lot of like education, or very intelligent logically, it's hard to say, yeah, now let that go, we'll come back to it later. You're like, it works for me, why would I do that? Right? So your logical mind's not going to go, yeah, I could do that. Like I could be quiet for a little bit. The logical mind is like, no, I'm the boss. So you just go, okay, you're the boss. Here's a bunch of details. Handle this all at once. And then the logical mind goes, I need a little help. I was like, I thought you were the boss. You just keep overloading the logical mind till at one point the logical mind goes, I can't do this. And I go, yeah, you need help. You need help from the other side of the brain. You need intuition. And then after a while, they learn how to interact with each other. And then the logical mind goes, yeah, I kind of like this. Like you're doing some of the heavy lifting that I'm not very good at. And I can do my detail stuff. Like it's not like you're saying the logical mind is bad. You're saying do the tasks you're good at. Don't do the task that you're not good at. So you're just allowing for there to be like an organization of the mind. Yeah. Miss Babette?
I have been so cranky since we started that I almost don't know what to do with myself.
Yeah, let's do the three brain as well. So she's saying like she's feeling cranky. Sometimes
You start to plot things.
Yeah.
I could be pissy plotting, I might add.
She says she's not just plotting things, she's pissy plotting things. The logical mind does not like to be in control or out of control. It needs to be taught that. So just like I said, sometimes like when we have a little injury, it's because something's coming. Your mind knows winter is coming. In winter,
Cold?
the winter.
Cold all morning?
I'm not sure.
4 layers of cold right now.
in the cycles of the seasons, winter is when the deep realization happens. When you're really, even in the decay is when the inspiration or the illumination happens. And so your logical mind knows like winter is coming, and so the cold can just be an imbalance between the two channels. That's probably all that is. Yeah. But are you okay with what I just said? It looks like it's rocking you a little bit.
It's almost not even registering. It's just
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, you did have a little bit of a blank look. Like even right now, it's like it's
and
happening.
some of that's the visual field thing happening
Yeah,
as
yeah.
well. So that's a bit of a false positive with
Oh,
that
okay.
one. But yeah, but it's just like, yeah, I'm it's like, yeah, I want to turn off the cranky and I can't quite make it.
But this is what I'd say. Like, okay, I'm feeling cranky. Let's just observe me being cranky.
Yeah.
Because if you allow it to be, it stops controlling you. Like you trying to go, oh, gotta make this cranky go away. It's calling the shots. The crankiness is. So you just go, oh, I'm cranky. Look at how goofy I am when I'm doing that. Like, oh, look at I do this, I do that. Oh, look at me. I'm saying something sassy, like, you know what I mean? You're doing all that. And then after a while, it just dissipates. It's transient. Like something being transient, you can lean on that. You can bank on it. Just like the sun comes up in the morning, the moon, the night comes, you can depend on that, right? You ask a friend, hey, let's go to lunch. It might happen, it might not. You really can't depend on that. But the sun, you can depend on. The moon, you can depend on. Things being transient, you can depend on that. Like it is transient, whether you like it or not. There's no changing that.
When you were talking over with the brain, solar, sex, they're asking in that order. We've been doing the opposite order.
You're doing all three at once, right? When you work it up, it does one thing. When you work it down, it does another thing. For a while, let's just work it up. If you do it the other way, it's fine. It's slightly doing something different. But for right now, we're just practicing with the three brains. We're not getting jiggy with it yet. We're just experiencing what it feels like.
I started sorting all my Greg's oils that I have here into little divisions, kind of keeping my left brain amused. But
Yeah.
it happens spontaneously.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. You'll have inspiration of like, oh, if I organize it like this, then it's easier or whatever. Then let your logical mind do the little organizational thing,
Yes.
Think of logic as processed wisdom, processed light. It's not the light, it's processing light. The light comes from intuition. The logic has to process it. It's good at that. You don't have to make it happen. It's good at it. You just give it some light and it goes. After a while, it's just like, more, please.
And just to make sure it's clarified, he was just listing them in that order, not doing them in that order.
Anybody else? Okay. I say we put our attention on our bellies. And let's do lunchtime. So see 1:52. How about 2:20? We'll see you back here Central Time 2:20. So it gives you an hour and a half. Everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. Let's come on back. And again, let's pull out either one of your sages or lavender, your spruce, Sitka. In the kit, you're going to pull out your violet healer.
And for you guys here, if you want, I have sticks. Just let me know.
Oh, those would be better than these fuzzy.
Okay, so we're going to work the instinctual response.
Starting over again.
What's that?
From the beginning.
No, we're on segment 2. Okay, so you have your oil. So let's go ahead and have you start inhaling with your awareness on the sex chakra. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness on the sex chakra. You're still on the sex chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the low back area, known as the Ming Men. The low back area, the backside of the navel. The Ming Men. And then your awareness is on the sex chakra, where the sex organs are, and the low back area, which is the backside of the navel, at the same time. So you're doing sex and Ming Men at the same time. And then just be still.
And then just be still. Just let everything go. Just be still for a moment. And then again, your awareness is on the sex chakra. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Then the low back area, the Ming Men, the backside of the navel. The sex chakra and the Ming Men at the same time. And then just be still. Just let it all go. So we'll move to B. Again, your choices are Cistus, Galbanum, Melissa, Emotional Release, Gilead, Paracelsus, or St. John's wort, which is in the kit. So you got the St. John's wort. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the low back area, the Ming Men. And then the sex and the Ming Men at the same time. And then just be still. Just be still. Let's do that one again. You're inhaling. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. Your awareness is on the Ming Men, the low back area. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The sex chakra and the Ming Men at the same time. Just be still. Just be still. Let's do that one again. Inhale. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. Your awareness is on your low back, known as the Ming Men. And the sex and Ming Men at the same time. The sex chakra, where the sex organs are, and your low back at the same time. Just be still. So now let's pull out either your allostasis, your assemblage point, your eucalyptus, basil, aloes, cypress. In your kit is Cypress Supreme. And begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. Your awareness is on the Ming Men, the low back area, the backside of your navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. your sex and Ming Min at the same time. Your awareness is on the Ming Min, which is the low back. The sex and Ming Min at the same time. And then just be still. Just be still, let it incubate for a moment. Just let it incubate. Okay, let's do one of the exercises without the oils. Your awareness is on your brain, your solar, and your sex, all three at the same time. You're not inhaling any oil. You're just putting your awareness on all three. And then to the best of your ability, try to balance out your awareness on all three. You're balancing all three, the brain, the solar, the sex. Just try to maintain it the best that you can. And then let's see what happens. Just let go. Your eyes are closed. Just let go. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. No oil. You're just putting your awareness on the sex chakra where the sex organs are. The low back, opposite the navel. Your front solar plexus, the area below your ribs. And the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. The brain, your awareness is on the brain. And then the top of your head. Keep your eyes closed, but let it go. Just experience what is happening right now. Your body, your emotions, your mind. Now reflect on that problem, that situation, that area in your life that you want to try to improve. What do you notice as you observe it? Not trying to fix anything, not trying to manage anything, you're just observing it. Just let everything go. So when you went through and you did the experience this time, when you did the 3 brain where we went sex, Ming Men, solar plexus, back heart, brain, crown, what did you notice versus last time? When you looked at your situation, the good, the bad, whatever it was, how did it seem? When you were doing the 3 brains at the same time, the brain, the solar, the sex, and you're balancing all 3, how did it seem?
More detached.
Yeah, it seems like more detached, and it's like at first you're like, I can only do this for 30 seconds before and then now you're just like, I can do this for a while. And it's just like you're working out your muscles. Somebody goes, take this 10 pounds, hold it out like this. And the first time you do it, you're like, I could do this for like 5 seconds, right? And then after a while, you can do it for a couple of minutes, and then you're like, I could do this all day long, right? You're building certain kind of muscles, right? So let's go ahead and share experiences or ask questions about this process. You can unmute yourself, type in.
Concentrated on the sex chakra, that my Ming Men was immediately being activated.
Right, right. Yeah, she said that when she put her awareness on the sex chakra, the Ming Men would light up. It's just
I fell asleep like twice.
so. Tracy said she was paying
focused attention to everything that I was saying. She said she fell asleep several times.
If I happen to do it and my head hits the table,
Right.
you'll know why.
So,
Someone said,
the last one, Cypress Supreme.
kittens being fed at the Ming Ming, ducks being fed at the back cart. Then I spaced out. Feels like the situation is already in motion
Yeah.
at level 1. I can't
Yeah.
quite access.
Yeah, even things that seem instantaneous, energetically, or in motion, way before we're aware of them. So like when you feel like it feels like it's in motion, that you're perceiving something. Yeah, you're right.
You can go ahead, Robert.
Hey, Mr. Robert.
Hey, Greg. I have an interesting, timely situation going on.
Yeah.
An organization I'm part of is having a conflict at the moment, and I'm not the source of the conflict. It's someone who would potentially be a conflict in the organization if they were allowed to join. And so as I'm going through this process, there's the part of me that says, oh, I can just be with it and not worry about it. It'll all come out fine. Then there's part of me that says, I should pick up my toys and run. And part of me says other things as well. I'm like, not sure which way to go. And I'm not necessarily asking for an answer. I'm just, how do I know where?
Like what to do? Like
Yeah.
sometimes, you know, one of the things is you can watch things start to like play out, you know, like logic wants to go like, okay, I need to address this. I need to fix this. There's a conflict. Or sometimes you'll like, I'm gonna see how this plays out for a little while before I make a decision. And at first you're waiting to make a decision for things to unwind, but also, especially in the intuitive state, you start watching the nature of things. So like even in this situation, you go, I'm gonna watch this, I'm gonna let it play out. I'm also gonna see the nature of the people in charge or the people around them, the person who's trying to come in. I want to see how they behave. I want to see the tendencies. Like you're basically you're looking for like pattern or a pattern recognition. Like you know, I was talking with another IT person, and they said, oh, you're watching pattern you know, you're cultivating pattern recognition. And you know, it's a different way of saying what I'm saying, but it's the same thing. You're just you start observing and you just go, I'm just going to watch how this plays out a little bit, because you're gathering information and data that might not even play into that situation, but next time you're a little bit closer to knowing how things are going to play out.
Well, I'll throw
Excuse
more
me. So
into it.
you're developing that deeper depth perception over a period of time, you know, just by watching.
Yes. And what you've said about fighting to retain something that really isn't for your highest and best, there's some of that too. And that I know that my time in the organization is limited. I know it's coming to the end, whether it's right now because I resigned just because this shouldn't be happening, or if I wait until the year is up and then I just don't renew.
Right.
And so there's other options other than outright conflict and bringing drama to the organization. But I still don't know.
And this is what I would say with it as well in this situation. You know, conflict, where it's kind of ingrained in us that like, oh, there's a conflict, I need to resolve it. And it's going to get resolved. But another way of saying conflict is also creativity. And you never know what's going to come out of a situation. So, you know, at some point you'll need to take some action, but there's a conflict there, but it doesn't necessarily mean you have to take action right now. It's like at some point, but like you can still just like, I'll wait to see if it plays out. I'll wait to see, you know, because sometimes there's some sort of growth that comes in the situation, the person, the organization by by letting it play out. It's like what I was saying before. Like sometimes when you allow something to be, it stops controlling you. And conflict is one where you're like, gotta resolve it. And sometimes you do, and sometimes you can go, I'm gonna let this play out for a little while. I want to see what's going on. You know, like I want to see who the players are, who is basically I want to know who I'm dealing with when these situations. And this is a great way where it's not personal, but I can watch people play something out and then I can understand their nature to a higher degree. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, yes, it does. And that's actually sage advice. I've been formulating a reply and I could just sit with it until closer to the deadline for the vote
Yeah.
and see what comes out of it.
Yeah. And especially at this day and age, you never know. Like, you know, you pick an opinion that seems right. You never know where people are at. So sometimes you get as vague as possible, or you just get quiet. And, you know, again, you're observing what people are really thinking and doing rather than projecting like, oh, they're all going to do this or they're all going to think that, because sometimes we don't know what they're thinking. So, yeah. I mean, for me, like when I'm in situations where something kind of bad or negative is happening, it's almost like if you watch people, you can almost tell their true nature, or at least their true nature when there's difficulty, like how they play out in that situation. And, you know, because, you know, sometimes in situations, you're not really talking with them or interacting with them, you're interacting with their representative, you know what I mean? Their projection. But
Yes.
when the heat gets turned up, you can see like, oh, like they talk all this stuff about, you know, being nice and being polite and we're all in this together, but as soon as it gets a little sideways, they go to a crazy place.
Right.
Makes it easier to make decisions later. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. And like I said, this is
And-
very timely.
Yeah. And so this is also what I would say. Like, you know, here for you, it's very interesting because you're IT person. So, in IT, you know, you might do that sometimes, but a lot of times it's like, I need to resolve this situation now. Right. And that it would be appropriate most times with IT, I would imagine. But then when you're starting to deal with people, it's like, I need to see the nature of this, you know, and so it's just like you're investigating something sometimes where the IT thing might be more immediate. But like, even if you have a problem where it's like, I'm having a hard time solving this, you put something in play and then you just watch it for a while. It's kind of the same idea.
Yeah, this organization, both of my business are participants in it. And this is about my healing business, not my IT business.
Yeah.
Which then also says to me, tread softly.
Yeah. Politics.
Exactly. I love any feedback that comes to you.
I'm shocked by that there's politics in an organization.
With more than 2 people. Yeah, how does that happen?
Right.
Well, I'm open to anything you come up with in the future, Greg. Thank you.
Okay, you bet.
The breathing into sex, solar, and brain made me super giggly. This morning too. Why would I have that reaction?
It's a little euphoric. You know, that's not surprising. You can get quiet, you can get like, it's almost like uplifting. Like it's a way to like elevate the mood sometimes. You know, because if you think about it, the mood might be bad because we just see sometimes the negativity. But then when you start practicing that, you're like, yeah, there's negativity, but there's a bunch of good stuff too. And it makes it easier to not pay attention so much to the things that are upsetting, and you can look at other things. Like it doesn't weigh you down as much. When we're very mental, like when we're very logical, it becomes very easy to focus on like problems. Like, you know, God, like I could have been pro like that when I was younger. Sometimes difficulties when you're looking at a difficulty, you could say in a way, when there's no movement, it lacks light. Like that's like a mystical way of saying it. But if we look at the mechanics, when something lacks light, it becomes repetitive. When it lacks even more light, like it makes us be compulsive towards the repetition. Like you feel like I need to be repetitive here. Like even if I step into a new situation, I have to be repetitive here. Like you know, it's the nature of when the light has dissipated or was never there in the first place. And so sometimes when the light comes in, like kind of the drama stops, but the repetition stops. And all of a sudden you're like, it's a new day. It's a nice day. It's a happy day. Like, you know, you just almost feel like this, like almost a little bit of a euphoric state. But it really, if you look at it, you're just breaking out of repetition. That's all you're doing. It's not that complicated. You're doing something new or different. So the soul is spontaneous. The body is repetitive. Like of the earth is repetition. Of the soul is spontaneity. So, you know, we're a makeup of the dance between the two. But you tilt it a little bit more to spontaneity, and it's hard not to be lighthearted. You know, that's the nature of the soul. It's to be lighthearted and kind of see the good, kind of see the big picture, not so focused on the difficulties in the here and now.
They said that makes total sense.
Yeah.
I was having ruminating thoughts and in a funk before that.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we all get there. You know, we all get there. And so, you know, if you feel that you're stuck in there, just sit down and do the practice. You know, 10 minutes. You know, balance all three and then do the thing back and forth. And you'll pop right out of it.
What was the back and forth thing?
Sex, Mingmen, solar plexus, back heart. Yeah. Yeah.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, Miss Teresa.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, how are you doing?
For politics. Organizational politics. So, yeah.
Wait, you have that in your work too? Politics in the workplace? I am shocked.
I know you are. I am too, because of course we humans create things. Yeah. I am making this visual and I'd love some perspective in terms of the practice we're doing this weekend. The transition of me moving into the new role within the same wider organization, but not supporting the individual that you've assisted me with directly. Mm-hmm. Of course, like any good archetypal drama, there's a lot of, you know, moving parts in the whole scenario, and things are partially documented, not partially documented. They're having a hard time finding somebody to step into this role. So the transition is longer. And I'm wondering, I think I joined when you said just like be with it. Yeah. Like what I can do for myself to know that there will be a completion. There will be, my will and my intent to move on peacefully, whatever that may mean. Like, when you're working with, I call it like the politics is the egos engaged, right? Like egos controllable. So is there anything that I can do regularly just to keep me centered into knowing there will be a completion? Hopefully people will honor their commitments. And if they do not, there will be other things that will open as a result.
So I would have a couple questions because this starts to get kind of specific. So like the dramas that were going on, they've calmed down or they're still going?
The dramas, well, actually what the drama went into was his aggression then got targeted to his EA, and she now is getting the opportunity to move on. So his MO is, when he's not getting his needs met, he will then say, well, I really want you to be happy, so let's find you something else and move you on. So there was me, and then now it's her. And the interaction is, I continue to do my job and I'm invisible. We will have to go through a conversation at the end of the month of how the last 6 months was for me and for him, which is unfortunate. I think both of us wanted to avoid that, but it will have to happen now. And I show up and do what I'm supposed to, and he keeps giving my work away to other people. Sometimes he lets me know, and sometimes it just gets done by somebody else. I continue to do what I need to do. And if somebody else is doing it, then I just go, yep, that's on you, not on me. So I make sure I'm documenting things in a very gentle way, not a aggressive way. I don't feel the attack psychically like I did about a month ago when we were doing all the, but it's more, I feel in time.
So I have one more question. When you step away and you go into another part of the organization, will you be judged by how things are running where you're at right now? Or is that just like you cut and you're done and whatever happens, happens?
So I will be in his wider organization. And the people receiving me are just waiting, and they can see what's going on and are not in support of it. They're just waiting for providing me with a soft landing.
So there's no real judgment that's going to happen in the situation that you're in. Once you leave, you're kind of done with it. Like, granted, you're in the wider, his group, but the immediate situation that you're in, like if it turns to chaos when you leave, that's not on you. That's on whoever's there.
Correct. Like,
okay.
Yeah.
So I would do like you're doing. I would just observe, I would document, and I would almost like kill him with kindness. Like whatever is asked of you, or even more so when somebody's like, okay, I've been given some of your tasks, go great. If you need notes from me, if like really document that you have been supportive of the process. And when you step away, if there's any sort of investigation that happens after the fact, you've documented all your efforts and how supportive and how compliant you've been every step of the way. And it's like sometimes if people see you being in a situation where it's positive, it might be a little bit more attractive for somebody to step into your situation rather than stepping into a conflict. So I think it kind of settles things on a lot of different levels. I mean, there's times to fight. I don't think this is one of them. I would just let him just be super supportive of everything going on.
Yeah, actually, it's very interesting you said that because it now triggered something from last weekend. I think he has the contrary energy.
Yeah, I'm sure he does.
And
I'm sure he does.
And when we think about documentation, I just think about it in response to, I meant to do this, so I'm going to do that. I know
Right.
he's sending other people to do things. Everyone informs me, and I'm like, I just want to keep doing my job until I'm not doing this job
Yeah.
anymore. That's it. You're paying me. I'm going to give you an output.
Yeah.
And thank you. You validated it. Like, just keep
Yeah.
in the up zone.
Keep to your like your moral standards and do the things that you should, because you know, like when I see stuff like this in the corporate world, I don't know a lot about this person, but they behave like they're mediocre. You know what I mean? They're mediocre. They're not really super good at their job, because if they were, they wouldn't be doing all these things. And so distance yourself from people, especially management that's mediocre, because like you're really never in a place where you can succeed in those situations. And
Yeah.
so you know, he's always going to behave in a mediocre way.
Yeah.
You know, controlling, micromanaging, sabotaging, causing dramas, covering his tracks, you know, all those things. Like he's never going to stop that. So you just distance yourself from it and try not to let that situation like dirty you. You know what I mean? Like your reputation or what you're doing, and just kind of just slowly walk away. And once you walk away, don't make any eye contact. Don't agitate them, and just like quietly let it like dissipate. The other thing that I would say is maybe spend time like just kind of like bless the earth, but like, you know, there's wars going on, sit and bless the people who are being harmed in war, and then decree the karma that you get out of that situation and into a better place within the organization, like, you know, rapidly and properly as soon as you can. Just
Okay.
helps to kind of prime the like the pipe to get you out of there.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I think I kind of lost you on the degree.
Yeah, just like sit and bless like situations where there's conflict. So go to wars, bless people who are being harmed, you know, especially innocent people being harmed. Then just go, I hereby will and decree the good karma generated in this situation goes to help put me in a better situation within the organization. Just to make
Okay.
it like a little bit more smooth and a little quicker.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's a great recommendation. And any essential oils that could just help me stay in that zone?
Galbanum and aloes.
Okay. I love galbanum.
Galbanum always helps you like just keep your perspective in these situations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. I just got the word gratitude as well.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're so welcome.
Bye.
And then someone's wondering if you could repeat, you said repetition is the
Lack of light.
and you specifically body and what to the soul?
The soul is spontaneity. It's like spontaneous in nature. The body is repetitious in nature. Or the lower nature, however you want to say that. And it's not one or the other. It's like, how can I make these two harmonize? You want to make an ally of the body. You want to be able to embrace the soul. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, there's going to be a pop quiz after the break, so you better study. No. Flashback to 5th grade. Let's take a break, and nobody else has any questions or anything, so we'll come back at 20 till the hour. In my mind. Okay, everybody, let's go ahead and come back, and we're at the top of page 4. And now we're going to work the emotional component a little bit more. So again, the oil that you've been using, you can see that there's repetition. We're just doing different patterns. So one of your sages, your lavender. In the kit for purchase, we used Violet Healer, which is very, very fancy.
Start with a new piece of paper or?
Just reuse the one. Yeah, yeah.
One of those papers.
Violet Healer. Perfect. Okay. You're inhaling. Your awareness is on your front solar plexus, which is below your ribs. Long, slow, deep, breathy thing. I was testing to see if anybody was paying attention. See if anybody was paying attention.
Breathing thing. Yeah. Is that what you said? Breathing thing?
Long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus. Move your awareness to the back solar, the middle of the back, below the shoulder blades. And then your awareness is on the back heart. Long, slow, deep breaths. You can see we've been using the same oils kind of over and over, but different patterns, and it feels different, right? Like just because we're using the same oil doesn't mean it's the same effect, same impact. Yeah. Hits different things in different ways. So pause and just be still. Just be still for a moment. How's that burn? Is it doing better? Yeah. putting lavender on. Okay, we're doing it again. You're inhaling, your awareness is on the front solar, which is below your ribs. She knows she burned her.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tracy, it's not blistering, is it?
Doesn't seem to be. It's still burning, but it doesn't seem to be
Yeah.
blistering.
Keep putting lavender on. Like every couple minutes, just
Glad you had some.
like way more than that. Like just. Yeah. Then your back solar. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the back heart. And then just be still. Just be still. Just notice how you feel. Hey, let's break out the next oil, the one that you've used. Paracelsus, Gilead, Emotional Release, Cistus, Galbanum, Melissa, or in the kit for purchase, St. John's wort. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the front solar. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Front solar plexus, nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your back solar. Your mid back area, the back solar. And then the back heart. And then be still. Just be still. Just be still. Notice how you feel. Okay. So again, next one, allostasis, assemblage point, a eucalyptus, a basil, an aloes. The kit for purchase is Cypress Supreme, which is like, it's either 5 or 6 different cypresses.
Would consider that a single oil.
Hmm?
Consider this a single oil.
I just didn't list it because Cypress is already there, so you would
No, but
treat it
it's-
as a blend.
But in some place one of the protocols asked specifically for a single oil, the plant thing, yesterday. But we couldn't consider Supremes to be single oils. No, okay,
No.
that's okay.
They're a little bit more complex. Okay, so here we go. Front solar. So under your ribs, you're taking a nice, long, slow breath. Mhm. Your back solar. Your awareness is on the back solar. And then the back heart. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness between the shoulder blades, the back heart. And then just be still. Just be still. Again, the front solar. Nice. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. The back solar. The awareness is on the back solar. And then the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. And then be still. Just be still. Mm-hmm. Just be still. Now, we've kind of done them in different order a little tiny bit. Think of the situation, the problem, the thing you're trying to improve, the thing that's just the target that you've been measuring things with. Just think about it right now. A, let it go. You're just observing it. You're not really trying to resolve anything. You're just trying to have your perception. Okay, so now let's do 3 brains. So sex, solar, brain, all 3 at the same time. Balance it the best that you can. No oil. Yeah. Yeah, no oil. You're just awareness on all 3. Okay, pause and let it go for a moment. Just let it go. And you're just letting it go. And then again, 3 brains. Sex, solar, brain. Balance them the best that you can. And then let it go. Think of your situation. Whatever it was, just observe it. Then let it go. So let's go back and balance the 3 brains again. Balance the 3 brains. I'm going to keep talking for a second. So of course we're trying to look at the situation, but we're trying to train the instincts, the emotions, and mind to work together when dealing with a difficulty. So yes, it's about the situation, but more importantly, it's about any situation. You're training this mechanism to engage anytime you see something where like, I need to address this, I need to improve this, I need to deal with this problem, I need to be quiet, I need to, whatever it is, like when you have an issue where you're needing to adjust, think of this as like a training exercise for when it's like real or in motion. Like, you're in the middle of something, a project, and something pops up. You don't have to sit and go, oh, okay, balance out the three brains. It just starts engaging, right? You're developing muscle memory. So let it go. And now go back to your situation. Just observe it. Doesn't matter if it's good or bad or neutral, doesn't matter. Just observe the situation. Okay, so with that explanation, do this if you can. If you can't, no worries. Keep observing the situation and try balancing the three brains both at the same time. It's a little harder, but just give it the old college try. Three brains and the situation. And then just let everything go. Just let it all go. Now, if we would have tried that at the beginning of the day, you probably wouldn't have been able to do it, right? But now it's like your awareness is able to expand and handle more pieces of information, right? So now you're just going to completely let everything go, and we're going to do the three brain with the front and back. So your awareness is on the sex chakra. Just start taking long, slow, deep breaths.
No. No.
No. It was like I didn't hear that it was so 2 words. That was funny.
Oil and
One time I was in a group where we were doing deep meditation, like really intense meditation, and my vocal cord went this pass around. I went, eh. Yeah, 100 people. I'm the dude that's got to make the noise. Okay, so your awareness is on the sex chakra. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Then your awareness is on your low back, opposite your navel, known as the Ming Men. So they're on the back side of the navel. The front solar plexus. The back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. back heart. Your awareness is on the brain. And then the crown, the top of your head. Now, let it go, but this time your awareness is on the tip of your nose. You're just keeping your awareness on the tip of your nose. And just let it go. Think of your situation again. So, okay, you can let it go. Okay, so there's different levels or degrees of this. Especially when you're sitting like this and you're not like in the middle of a project at work or, you know what I mean? It's different. So at first you'll go, oh, my mind is doing this, my mind is doing that. Oh, something's coming in my head, right? And then after that, like it will kind of float away and you'll go, okay, now my mind is quiet. Like, okay. Then later you go, not only is my mind quiet, I almost feel more relaxed when I'm looking at the problem than I do otherwise. Like that's kind of a goal. Like you look at it and you go, I'm done with the problem. Right? Then eventually what happens is I'm looking at the problem and you almost start to expand, right? You almost start to feel like you're doing a meditation or like that's when the light is really coming in the situation. So at first you're practicing with that while you're sitting, but what's starting to happen is high levels of intuition is coming in. It will come in the middle of a project when you're doing something in motion, but you'll be in motion, but it will be so guided that you'll go, I don't know what to say, I don't know what to do. And then 30 seconds later, so here how it's going to go down. This is, you know, things just start coming out of your mouth, right? Because you're being guided by intuition, right? And so when you're dealing with a problem, you almost want to keep going back and forth. This is like what I used to teach when I'd work one-on-one with people in corporate. Like, you know, we wouldn't be in the middle of a project, we'd be to the side and practicing. And it's like you keep looking at the situation until you expand and it feels like you're looking or doing a meditation. When you start to have that expanded state, you're basically transmuting whatever that conflict was. Whatever the conflict was, it is now a source of connection versus disconnection or conflict. You're not going to be able to do this every time, but when you can, like sit and look at it to the point where you start to almost feel either relaxed or you're starting to expand, right? If you're looking at a problem and you go, think of it like this. when you really start to harness the intuition and you see a problem, the level or degree of self-confidence that you have brings a sense of peace. You're like, I don't know what's going on, but as soon as I start dealing with it, one way or another, I'm walking myself out of the situation. I will handle this situation. Somebody asks you how, you're like, I don't know.
Started feeling a lot of confidence when we did the one in the front.
What's that?
Started feeling like a lot of self-confidence. Doing whatever, started focusing on the front part.
Oh, nice. So let's go ahead and open it up, share experiences, ask questions. How's the burn? Tracy, how's the burn? We had a hot tea incident on the break, so.
I think it's okay.
Yeah.
Just
Yes.
explain pricing.
Yeah. Are you manifesting? Light's just starting to, like you're manifesting like light. You're not necessarily manifesting what it is, but like when the light starts coming in, you're basically taking things that are like in opposition and you're harmonizing them. Like it's higher creativity. You are harmonizing and you're producing a result with all these like chaotic pieces. So you could say higher creativity, you could say establishing order, you could say it in a lot of different ways. But it's all like it just starts everything like flowing. And a lot of times here's the difficulty, especially like in the workplace. You try to explain it to somebody else, they don't see it because they don't have the 3 brain. So you have to keep like herding cats to the situation. Like, okay, come on, you get over here. Okay, you get over here. You get over here. You get. And the more you kind of do that, the more you kind of start aligning everybody as an interactive unit. But at first, it's like everybody's just a little bit chaotic, and you just keep going. Let's go to the goal. Let's keep going to the goal, right? And eventually, they start mimicking what you're doing, right? The tendency is the lighter something is or the darker something is, people will mimic, right? So you could say some of the most impactful things are either running towards God or away from God, right? Or the light or whatever you want to call it, right? So your job with 3 brains is we need to move to the light or to bringing something to fruition. And I have to also recognize people who are running away from the light. It starts to become easy as soon as the 3 brain thing starts happening. Yeah.
So like when you get the experience that you're expanding your head in like a meditative state, just sit there and wait.
Yeah, just sit and like, yeah. So he's saying like when you're starting to experience the meditative state, enjoy it, let it expand. Like you'll come back and you're like, this is how it's gonna go down. Like it literally is. There's it's not just you're experiencing light. In the light, there's information. So what you're doing is you're starting to process the information in the light. Light is divine intelligence. So there is an intelligence to it. So you're learning how to process the intelligence that's in the light. Darkness has an intelligence too, by the way. Not in a good way. Like it wants to re-experience itself. It wants to keep doing what it's doing. It wants repetition. So your goal is to go fast track to the light. I'm not going down that road. Right? You want to be able to recognize which one is which.
What I'm working on, flowing that it's there.
Yeah. So she's saying when she's working on something that's flowing, she goes, that means it's there. Yes. But it also means you could always step your game up a little bit. Like, there's never like, I've arrived. You know what I mean? Because I've arrived is still repetition. No. Right. Right. But it's just like a dance move. Like I use dance move because it's always in motion. It's always something. It's always a movement. So you're always kind of working that thing. You never go, I've arrived. I don't have to try anymore. It's just flowing.
chest with my husband there about getting what I need.
What's that?
Get what I need, like that.
I don't,
Thing in our life, like, he doing something different than I would be.
alignment starts to become much easier when the light is flowing or the creative juices are flowing. Yeah, yeah. Like logic would be like, I have to do this and that, where alignment is just alignment.
I just need some clarification. Earlier, you said for the practice, go back and forth, and I thought you said that meant, do these 6 centers and then focus on the 3 brains at one time, go back and forth between that.
What was I talking about?
Well,
Centers makes it easier.
we're summing up the practice earlier in the day, but I mean, I can just delete that. trying to
So
keep
whatever we're
everything-
doing earlier in the day with like that practice, I'll already let it go. Like that, like even how we're doing it is a practice, and you do it and then you let it go, and then you do it and you let it go. So that was like a more preliminary version of it. And then now we're doing this like more dynamic thing. So even,
Okay, so this last little step that
Yeah.
you don't need to focus on just the 3 brains at one time in this.
when I said to focus on the 3 brains, that's when to do it. When we're doing like the sex, Ming Men, you don't have to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. But when you're looking at the situation, like you're practicing different things, right? So when we said 3 brains and look at the situation, you're stretching something.
Then look at the situation.
Yeah, but it's not necessarily something you're going to do all the time.
Okay.
Yeah, I hope that made sense. You know, like step by step is good, but when you're doing this, it's more spontaneous. So it's not like I have to write this down to do it. There's certain things that you want to write down, but we might do something and then not do it anymore. You know what I mean? Because it's like developing something and then you walk away from it because then there's another step and then another step, right?
I lost the problem.
Oh, good. Yeah. I can see it on your face. She goes, I've lost the problem. And she looks like, what are you guys doing here? Like, how when you first wake up? Yeah. Anybody on?
Go ahead, Dorothy, then Donita.
Hey, Dorothy.
Hi.
Hey.
You said something. Conflict is another word for creativity.
Mm-hmm.
And I noticed I'm in a situation with one of my daughters that keeps coming up ever since she's been on the planet, I guess. She gets really angry at me about something that I don't understand. When it happens, it's just like it's coming out of nowhere. And right now she's wanting me to take care of her dog while she goes and does other things. But the dog is not cooperative, and we can't put a collar on her because she's very got a lot of cancer in her, and she's got a knot around her neck, and so we don't put a collar on. Anyway, I told her yesterday I broke my knee, and for me it's like a challenge to deal with the dog with no collar on it because she's got a mind of her own. And I feel like I'm trapped. Now, the issue is not necessarily the dog. I feel like I'm trapped in something because she's my daughter and I love her. And I don't know how to deal with a situation where I take care of myself in it, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, that makes sense, but still just do the 3 brain practice like we're doing. Keep doing it, because we're not talking about like trying to fix something from a logical point of view. Like you're just going to be inspired or have some sort of direction in the moment, in the interaction. You know how like you're having a conversation with somebody and somebody gives you a piece of information and it changes what you're going to say, right? That's kind of
Right.
that kind of flow. So if you're not feeling it yet, just keep doing the practice.
Well, I have a question because you mentioned at one time several things that people do, I guess creatively. And you mentioned flower arranging with Japanese flower arranging.
Mhm.
And I was wondering what you meant by that particular one, because I'm very good at flower arranging, and that's what I seem to want to do when I have a conflict. I want to go to thrift stores and find flowers and arrange them. And I've got my whole apartment arranged like a garden. And that has something spiritually in my mind for me. But it's not connected to the issue. It's just that I need to go do something
Creative.
Yeah. And so I guess it's my consciousness is trying to
get the juices flowing.
okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Donita.
Hey, Miss Donita.
Hi, Greg.
Hey, how are you?
Holy moly. Good. It's wonderful to be back. But I just wanted to, this last part, also in the morning when we did without the oil, in the morning, I was gone.
Yeah.
It just takes, I don't know. Yeah. And right now we just did this and it just got deeper and deeper and to a point where, especially when I was aligning the brains, right after we did the, there was it felt like I was just sinking in deeper and deeper, and your voice was there, but I was here, but I was not. And then the visuals were just like kind of like a vortex and a spiral, very strong energy, spiraling like a vortex, and dragons and all kind of stuff. And I was like, oh, that's nice.
Dragons
and
are
then you
better than dragon breath.
yes. And then when it's like, okay, look at the situation. So I just went with it, but it was just very deep.
Yeah.
As I was sitting in this chair, and I looked at the situation, and it was also very interesting because the situation became very, very crystal clear. But from a distance, it was like unattached.
Right.
It was just a beautiful, colorful, very vibrant color, just like a big picture. Yeah.
I would say like when we're more in logic or in the solar plexus or emotions, it's a lot like looking at a situation through a microscope. And when you start to shift really into more of the three brains, it's like just like what you're saying. It almost like it's like looking at something through binoculars. You can still see it, but you also see a bunch of other things. Like you don't become so entwined in the situation. In a way you could almost say you're not as invested in the outcome, a particular outcome, like it needs to be resolved. But a lot of times we approach something with like, this is what needs to happen. And really what needs to happen is movement, not repetition. Like it might happen, but it might not happen on your time frame. And it doesn't mean you don't try to do it on your time frame, but you just need to get things moving. You need to break out of a repetitive like pattern. You got to have a little bit of spontaneity there. And the pattern even changes. Like it doesn't mean that it won't go back to a pattern, but you keep like evolving that pattern into something else, into something else, into something else.
You see, the thing is with my situation has never been a simple thing. My situation from the very beginning was the whole big picture, you know, my life
Yeah.
kind of thing, because it's all, I see it intertwined.
Like, think
So-
about when you came over here to the country. It's not like you had some big plan where you're gonna execute, okay, I'm gonna land, I'm gonna go get this job, I'm gonna go do this, I'm gonna do that. You're like, I'm gonna get over there. We'll see what happens. Right?
I was super happy. I was free as I reflected on that, you know. I used to live in, you know, kind of very present. But so yeah. So it feels really good. Just just wanted to share that the filter. It's like I still have no clue how it's going to unfold, but there's just this joy and excitement and a lot of heart expansion, and I just know it's going to get sorted. You know, just the less I interfere, the better it is.
Right. Perfect.
But my question too is like, what was that vortex thing? I felt like it was just like everything just went still around. Like your voice was
like
there.
an expansion, in there's different kinds of expansion. And one of the, I don't know, deeper forms of expansion is transmuting things that are, you could say negative, you could say like a conflict, but really what you're doing is you're transmuting things that are of earth and you're making it something else, right? And so you're transmuting the form, you're transmuting a state, you're transmuting elements. You know, you could say it in a lot of different ways, but you're transmuting the lower into something higher.
Wonderful.
That's one thing. And then once you get that down, then you take something higher and you bring it into form. That's on a whole, it's just doing what we're doing, but with a tweak.
What's the tweak?
Oh, we'll get to it.
Okay. I'm not seasoned yet.
It can be a little bit overwhelming to the body. So that's why we're doing things in steps. You know, like over the last few months, we've been working even towards this. Over the next few months, we'll still keep tweaking it so that you keep digesting little pieces, but eventually you go up and down the ladder.
Yeah, because I recently went to the country I was born, you know about that, and I came back and I feel very shifted. So it's like, yeah, energetically. So I'm still adjusting and digesting.
Very
so
good.
yes, thank you so much for this.
So relaxed, the problem almost disappeared.
Mhm.
But now forehead and back head are cranking.
Good for you.
And then a few minutes later, and now my mid forehead.
Good for you again.
Would doing the 3 brains daily be a good practice,
Yes.
especially with what's going on in the world right now?
Doesn't even have to be because of that. Just doing it daily is a good idea.
You have to be focused on anything in particular, or is it just good to
Just practice it. Yeah. Like, so Peter here is asking, he goes, do you have to be focused on something? When you start doing it on a daily basis, you just basically start processing the stuff that's going on in your life. Whether that you focus on it or not, it just starts to be, everything becomes an exercise. Yeah.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Hey, Jeff.
Hey, Greg.
Hey.
Hey, I had a bit of a rough week this week. Tuesday, my body did a flying tackle on me, and I've been struggling with this fatigue, exhaustion all week. And it's a normal reaction of my body that when I've been under a lot of stress for a long period of time, and then that stress is diminished or eliminated, the body kind of goes in a shutdown mode.
Yeah.
Anyway, the reason I mention it is I've been struggling with that all week, and this 3 brains exercise for some reason just pulled me right out of it. I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah, excellent. I mean, sometimes that, like when, like you said, the stress goes away, sometimes you go into rest and repair mode. You know, like that actually could be what's happening. But the more you do 3 brain, it starts to make it easier to go,
into action and into rest and repair. And into action, it's almost like you can call up what you're needing to do and do it. It's like, do I need to rest or do I need to take action? And at some point, you know, our sympathetic nervous system, our fight flight, is under control of just our physiology. But at some point, what starts to happen is it shifts and it starts to come under control, first in meditation, under the cerebral spinal fluid circulation. And that's when you start to have those moments where your breath starts slowing down, and sometimes you don't breathe for like a couple of minutes, and you know, they refer to it as the mystical breath or the inner breath. And then over a period of time, it keeps shifting, and then pretty soon it's under the influence of the cerebral spinal fluid circulation all the time. And you can call up when to rest, and you can call up when to be active, almost like I'm making the choice. And so we're all kind of in process with that. But the more that you do the 3 brain, the quicker your body heals, the quicker your psyche lets go of something, and the easier it is to like turn off like stress or a difficult situation. You deal with it, and then you're like, okay, it's time for me to walk away from this. I'll deal with it again tomorrow. And then you literally just, you're not being influenced by it anymore. So that takes a while, but it's definitely something that can happen.
Well, I can understand why it would help with my brain fatigue, but my whole body just feels like it just had a surge of energy, just like somehow
Yeah.
something's flowing
Yeah.
again.
Yeah, good. Yeah,
Oh.
Kundalini's coming up when you're doing this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of food for thought.
Yeah.
Thank you, Greg.
You're so welcome.
Someone else said during this process with the solar plexus back heart, my energy levels went way up.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. The solar plexus, sometimes if it's agitated or a little congested, it doesn't allow for the energy to go up and down the spine. So you could almost say it's like the clearinghouse. If it's blocked, energy goes up real slow. If it's opened up, it just flies up, like it just goes right up to the brain. Yeah. Anybody else here? Yes.
I'm not cranky anymore, but I find that I just want clarification between the joy of letting go and just flat not giving the flyer. Like I don't care. Are they like,
I keep doing it. Like she's saying, like she was cranky before, and now she's in a place where she doesn't care. I would say it's moving in the right direction. Still more like you almost want to be like, not only do I not care, I'm pretty chill about it all. Or like one sign that happens to me, not only am I kind of chill, it's kind of funny. Like, you know, some difficult problem and you go like, that's kind of funny. Like that part makes me laugh. That part makes me laugh. Of course it's upsetting. You know what I mean? Like you almost get a little lighthearted's not the right way, but like laughing. There's laughing that you do when you check out. It's not that kind of like really out of control laughing. It's almost like kind of comical, like, of course this has been a problem. Of course this has been this. Like, look at what I did. And you kind of almost like laugh at it. And that laughing makes you integrate something. You know, if you think about laughing can help you to integrate something very, very difficult because your guard goes down for a little bit. So your guard could be down. It could look a lot of different ways. But like for me, I'll just start going, okay, difficult situation. Look at how I behaved. What a goofball I am, you know, and it will kind of make me chuckle. And then how many years have I been doing that? At first you beat yourself up, but then you go, yeah, of course I did. You know, I wasn't aware of these things. And that almost is a chuckle, you know. You see somebody like the Dalai Lama, he's always happy, right? happy as being able to like see those things and then just like, of course I did that for 30 years. You know, I was stuck in my head or, you know, whatever it is. And it just becomes almost a little like funny thing that you know, does that make sense?
It does, although I do feel better about the situation per se. Although now it's like I don't have any charge on it.
Perfect.
Wow.
That's a great way
I'm
to,
not sure that that's gonna help me get done what needs to get done.
it makes you less reactive. Yeah. You can, so she's saying like she doesn't feel like she has a charge on it. She said something exactly what I was saying at the beginning. Your physiology uses emotion to motivate you, right? So then when it takes away, then you're like, you're motivating yourself, like mentally like, okay, I got to do this. Whereas when we have a charge, it's like, okay, I'm upset, I'm angry, I got to resolve this. It's what makes you take the action. But when it dissipates, you go, okay, I still need to take action, but I don't have to be pissed off to do it.
But I kind of feel like I'm coasting on other people.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah,
doesn't bother me as
that
much
could
as
be.
that, I suppose. But I mean, other than the fact that I'm obviously kind of vampirizing somebody else's emotion to
No,
motivate
you're
myself.
just dealing with a situation. They're just moving pieces.
Okay, just thinking.
Anybody else? Okay. So how about we'll take another break and we'll squeeze in one more. So we'll come back at 10 after. Okay, everybody, let's go ahead and have a seat. Come on back. And we are at the top of page 5 on segment 4. And again, pull out your sage, your lavender, your whatever you're using. For the pay kit, it's Violet Healer.
Oops.
I'd have to look it up. Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay, so let's focus. Okay. Okay.
Violet.
Okay, let's stop. Let's stop talking. Okay, so let's focus. Your awareness is on the brain. Long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness is on the brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness is on the brain. Mhm. Front, middle, back, both sides. Then your awareness is on your spine. Your awareness is on the spine, your whole spine. Long, slow, deep breath. Awareness is on the spine. And then your awareness is on the top of your head, the crown. And just be still. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on the spine. And the awareness is on the crown. And then just be still. Just be still. You're going to pull out your Paracelsus, your Gilead, Emotional Release, Melissa, Galbanum, Cistus, or if you got the kit, your St. John's wort. Yeah, you might have to do the finger dab. Try tonight, put either helichrysum on it or German chamomile. Okay, so we're going to inhale. Your awareness is on the brain. Mhm. And then your spine, your awareness is on the spine. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your spine. And then the crown. And then just be still. Notice how you feel. Notice each one feels different. Each segment that we do, it feels different. Okay, so what's that once? Yeah. So we're doing that same one again. You're inhaling, your awareness is on the brain. Your spine. And then the crown. Your awareness is on your crown. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still. Now we're going to pull out the third oil, assemblage point, allostasis, aloes, basil, eucalyptus, or a cypress, including Cypress Supreme. You're inhaling, your awareness is on the brain. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. Your awareness is on your spine. In your crown. Your awareness is on the crown. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just let go. Let go of everything. Just let go. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on the spine. Awareness is on the crown. And then just be still. Just let it incubate for a moment. Okay, we're just gonna go through and do a little bit of priming the pumps a little bit. Your awareness is on the sex chakra, no oils. No oils at this point. You're just doing the process. Your awareness is on the low back, the back side of the navel. Your front solar plexus. The back heart. The area between your shoulder blades. The brain. And then the top of your head. The top of the head, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the tip of your nose. Just keep your awareness on the tip of your nose. And just notice how you feel. Let it all go. How are you feeling? Okay, let's just for a few minutes, let's share experiences or ask questions and
Kind of bliss.
yeah, nice.
Welcome to La La Land.
Yeah, welcome to La La Land.
What was that? The brain spine crown.
It was to work the brain component. Yeah.
It
Like
was
to work the brain component of the three brains.
Oh,
Yeah. 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 Anybody?
Possibilities.
Possibilities, yeah. Yeah. I mean, we've worked the instincts, the emotions, and then the brain. And so, there's lots of different ways that you work it, but you can see like things are really starting to crank a little bit. You know what I mean? Like they're starting to work with each other a lot more than at the beginning of the day, even if you've been doing this practice for a while.
Someone said it doesn't seem to shut completely off with the let it go.
Yeah. No. No. That's a good thing, no.
Go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Oh gosh. Actually, Greg, honestly, I pushed the wrong button and you pretty much lost me a while back. I'm here, I'm functioning, but no brain. Okay.
Yeah.
Or no words. I can't
The
correlate
no
my words.
mind. Yeah. The
Yeah,
no mind.
very good.
technique. Yeah. Yeah.
But that's not a bad place to be. I'll welcome that.
Not at
for-
all. Like if you notice, like even though the mind is quiet, like you're aware, but you just don't have chatter in your head. You're able to process information, take in information. You're able to sit with something. You're able to be non-reactive. It's actually a very good place to be. It's just, at first we're not used to it.
It's
But
unfamiliar
it really
territory.
is really, truly observing things before you take action. So many times we take action with no observation. So it's just we're following some story in our head or some piece of information or something that somebody else told us, or you know what I mean? Here you're truly observing something.
Thank you. Well, I did notice just before this class that that I have had some preconceived ideas, and it made me really tired. And
Yeah.
I just decided to do the opposite, or not to
Right.
kind of be quiet and observe. And
Yeah.
I was pretty surprised at how wrong I've been on a few things. Or maybe it's just been time for an upgrade, updating.
Yeah. I think that's a very perceptive thing. the idea of something that's a preconceived idea or like some ongoing story, it's not being propped up by divine intelligence. It's being propped up with our mental energy, our emotional energy, whatever it is. It's fatiguing. You know,
Yeah.
we're having to animate it. We're having to keep it alive. We're having to give it a little bit of our life force to keep it like in play, in motion. And when you let it go, you're like, ugh, that thought was sucking the life out of me, or whatever it is. You know, you're exactly right.
Thank you. This has been great. I look forward to continuing, and especially since I can't think right now. So thank you so much.
Yeah, perfect.
Then go ahead, Sonia, then Teresa.
Hey, Miss Sonia.
Yeah, you said that like Sitka and the spruce were B choices. Is that for A's and C's?
No, just for C. Just for
Just
C.
C's. Okay,
Yeah.
and then on
Yeah.
the first
you
section
know,
one, it
I didn't
has
feel like I gave enough like choices there, so I just tried to give you a couple extra. But if you're already using it in A, you know, you want some differentiation there. I mean, they kind of do a little bit of both, but better for instinctive responses, but I still kind of put it there.
okay. And then on the first section one, you know, there's A, instinctual responses, B, the next one, and then C, the brain, you know, but on the following sections, it just gives the oils. It doesn't give those. The ABC are the same as in the first section, you know.
Yeah, they're all the same. Like trying to see even what you're.
After
Yeah, they're the
section,
same.
they're all
Yeah,
the same.
the only thing where it changes is the very last segment, which is 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Good. Anybody else?
Yeah, go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, Miss Teresa.
Hi. I had
Hey.
I think a good experience of letting go, but I'm curious about it. When we started the series with Violet Healer, I had like feelings of desperation. And then moved into the St. John's Wort, like just almost like I saw a net of old emotions leave my brain.
And so this was in segment 4, or this was early on during the day?
No, this is actually in this last segment.
Okay. So, okay.
Just 1 second. So sorry, I have a maintenance guy in here and I'm like telling him to hold on to. So the second one was like just old deep feelings I felt before. I think they're even pre this lifetime. And then like a net leaving my brain of like just tension of maybe holding it there. So I'm just curious, could this also be like just the release? Because it sounded like this was supposed to be relaxing.
Yeah, it could be a release, but sometimes what happens is you're being made more aware of something that's a problem that you might not have been aware of. I'm curious about the web. Like, tell me a little bit more about the web.
Just felt like I've been carrying a repeat pattern for lifetimes. I've been chipping away at it over and over and over again. And it was almost like tension held in the brain. It's not necessarily web wasn't what I saw, but like tension around desperation and hopelessness and not wanting to be here. The tension was so much as I was inhaling the cypress, it just felt like it finally just like released.
And okay, so you have the web, and what the first part was you were feeling just the feelings of desperation, or
Yeah, it started off with desperation and then it went to hopelessness and then it went to dread and then it went to I don't want to be here. And it was as related to the situation I've been going through, like, will it ever end? Because it's not the first time, right? And then just a release in my jaw and my neck and my head. But it felt like what I'm being shown is, you know, the old hair nets that used to have, like
Yep.
the 70s, when people would wear them in the cafes. They looked horrible. It just kind of felt like one of those snapped off.
Yeah. Okay. I wear them when I make salt scrubs too, by the way.
Oh, dear.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. Hmm. I mean, sometimes these things are hard to. There wasn't a spider in the web, right? It was just like that little web.
Yeah, and when I say it's more, it was more like a feeling of tension that if I got a visual, it was like a hairnet.
Yeah.
And it just then
So
release.
You could say, you know, people, because of situations or how we process information, like sometimes we interact with the environment in different ways, right? And sometimes it's our choosing or our abilities, and sometimes it's the nature of the situation. And you know, you're in a situation with work. Like, I'm just going to talk this out. Like,
Yep.
I'm not quite sure, but I'm thinking this is what it sounds like. So you're in, okay, I feel hopeless, I feel despair, I feel like in a way kind of trapped. And you know, like instinctually or like logical mind or even the feeling, it's like it's happening right now. We're not going to get out of this. We're not, you know, fill in the blank, right? Because it feels like here and now, like it's you don't see a path out. And I find it very interesting that you see a net right after that. And you could say imagery wise, like a spider is a lot of times representative of like a fear, right? But there's not a spider there, but there's this web, right? So spiders are it's not every time, but they can be like something that's in the unconscious that is maybe like I have, like here would be I have a fear that I'm not going to be able to get out of this, or I'm not going to get out of this unscathed, or you know, whatever it is. But the interesting thing about this is like sometimes spiders can travel great distances, and they do it by riding a web, like in the wind. Like they are holding onto a wind, and the wind blows the web. And there's even a name for it. I want to say it's like ballooning or something. But basically, they can be blown great distances and then end up in a completely different place. And they don't necessarily know where they're going, you know, because they're a byproduct of the wind, but they're traveling. You know, they're getting out of whatever the little scene or scenario is. And so sometimes that's how spiders that might only be in a particular like area, like in a certain region or state or something, end up starting to spread in other areas. It's not that they crawled somewhere, they floated in the wind. And like every once in a while, you might even see like a little spider just kind of like they've got a web, and all of a sudden you see them kind of floating in there, and they're like, where did that come from? They're riding the wind. And I would say that in your situation, riding the wind out of your scenario is probably how you're going to get out of it. It's not going to be something that you make happen. It's just there's going to be this
gust of movement or wind that comes through your little group or your little organization. It's going to pick you up and you're going to land in another part of the organization. You're not going to really probably see the politics or the mechanisms that get you there until like right at the last moment. That kind of fits for me. Like when I sit and think of your situation, I can almost see it like you're riding the wind out of there, and the wind just being opportunity, movement, an energy, a shift, a change that starts to happen, be it in your organization or another part of the org that you end up just kind of floating into. And I mean, I'm not 100% there, but it feels more like that than something else. Like when I
Yeah.
sit with it, I don't really see anything other than like this thing of web like floating through the air. And I like that. Like, if you take something like that, one time I had this vision of a woodpecker, and woodpeckers, the colors of materialization are red and yellow, like, for expansion, right? And woodpeckers have red hats and yellow eyes. And so a lot of times they're associated with materialization. And I had this dream one time where this woodpecker would go and peck a hole in a tree and then go get an acorn and put in the acorn and then fly away. And then in like a week would come and there would be like little worms or larvae or whatever that was growing off that acorn, and it would eat the worms and then it would go away. And then another week it would come and eat the worms and go away. And it had these acorns all over the place. And so at first there was this work of making the holes and putting the acorns in, and then it just kind of harvested the worms for a period of time. And I started thinking about it. I was like, you get one thing going, it supports itself. You turn your attention to something else rather than just staying fixated on that one thing. And it turned into this thing where I was consulting for this company, and we basically built a strategy out of my woodpecker dream where I was like, and they were like, how did you come out of that? I was like, I really don't want to talk about it. I'm not going to tell you my woodpecker dream because you're going to think I'm a crazy person. But like, so I had the dream, and then like within a day or two, I was driving, and I lived in a concrete jungle. Like there's not a lot of woodpecker did like this weird like nosedive right into the grill of my car. And I'm like, that was weird. And then I was like, what else is weird is I just had a dream about a woodpecker. And so, at the time I was interacting with the medicine man, and I told him, and Indian guys are kind of funny. He's like, medicine. And I'm like, I'm a white guy. I don't know what that means. But he said it's medicine. It's like something that you can use to like grow or heal a situation in the world, in your surroundings. And so I thought about it, and then that's how I came up with like this strategy plan for this one particular company. They didn't have a lot of it didn't have a lot of manpower, and so they needed to expand without really spending money. And so I was like, instead of doing a whole bunch of ones, let's do one, get it going, move to another one, get it going, get to another one, get it going. And so all of a sudden they became very diversified, and they had all these things that were operating on their own. And then pretty soon this whole thing became this big unit that really insulated them. If one situation went bad, they had 5 other things that were going well because they weren't like super related. And so it brought a stability to that situation because of like how like that bird in the dream was interacting with how to survive in the world, right? So I would say that thing with the webs, that feels very similar to me. Like it feels like it's almost like a little instructional, like commercial for you to to watch, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I don't know how that looks like for you. I mean, you know the details more, but it's probably going to be a change that comes out of nowhere or from an area that you didn't expect. I mean, I still would still do the things that you do to try to move out of the organization and everything, but sometimes the wind blows us in directions that we just didn't see coming.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Thank you.
When you sit with that, how does that seem?
Well, I got some visuals when you were talking. And then that turned into like healing the web by expanding it. So like
Yeah, okay.
not only within me, but around me, clearing
Sure.
that space.
Right.
I have a team waiting for me. So they're my safety net. They're like
Right.
waiting. But I think what I saw then from the hair net, I saw like instead of it exploding, but it was I just got healing the web,
Right.
expanding it, and floating on out was kind of the message I got.
Right. And hopefully it doesn't mean that you're going to be a dishwasher, because that's like what a dishwasher would wear.
You know, I think I was trying to articulate it. I just saw like my brain with this tension of like these old emotions just like
Yeah, sure.
expand, but the floating on out and the net resonates. And then as you were talking, I was just getting more, it's like it's healing the web of consciousness that's present in
Yeah.
me, around me.
Yeah, sure.
Anyway, I like the idea that I'm going to get with the wind on out there.
Yeah. And it could be, like you said, it could be that your thoughts just go into a direction that you didn't see coming. But my guess is it's more about your placement, like out of a situation and into the new situation in a way that, and it's always subject to change, but it's a possibility that we usually don't think about because it's so unknown.
Yes. I did get all along the way, even though you say traveling traveling on the wind, I just got the gentle. So I
Yeah,
think that's
I would say traveling in the wind is, I mean, if you think about like watching birds or watching like sailboats or something just floating in the wind, a very, very peaceful, very serene thing to be doing, all that involve like a lot of movement.
I need to sit with that more. I think the only experience I've had with that is being in a hot air balloon and it's still, but you're
Yeah.
moving really big.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think that, well, that definitely helps reframe things in a different light. So thank you.
And I would have one more question. Like, was the web going to your left, to your right, like out away from you or behind you?
Okay. If it was happening around my head, right, like around my brain, it expanded right off. It left, just like lifted off. It went.
So it went up.
Yep. It just.
So that would imply a kind of guidance. Like you'll have some sort of guidance with the wind.
Okay.
Because like if it was going like forward, it would be more about activity. If it was going to your left, it would be more about you'll observe something and you'll know when the wind's coming, right? And then if it was going to your right, it would be more about you're refining your thought. You're refining maybe intuitive processes. If it was going behind you, it would be more about something's falling away. But
Well,
going up is like a kind of more of a guidance of sorts.
Well, this is a little more, now this is more complicated. So imagine you have the hairnet on your head right now. It was like
when I'm making salt scrubs.
when you're making salt scrubs, so we're making
Right.
salt scrubs together, and it just kind of lifts off equally on all sides. So it comes off the back, the sides, the front, and the top. So it literally, instead of putting it on, you've taken it off and it's expanded. Does that make sense?
And so it just expanded. It didn't like go up or down or forward
Like-
or side. Just
It equally, like if I put the net on your head, it equally expanded completely right off perfectly on all sides, on the top,
okay.
just left.
So it will be a whole like process. Like it will be an observation, an action, a refinement of intuition, a falling away. Like it will probably be a little bit of all of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Super. Thank you.
Good for you.
I'm gonna make small salt scrubs now. Okay, super. Thank you so much.
And go ahead, Donita.
Hey, Donita.
Since we're talking about spiders and stuff, can I ask a random question, please?
Yes.
Few days ago, I've been having some weird dreams, and I don't remember all of it. But a few days ago, I had a dream, and I don't remember all the details. All I remember was that I got basically I walked into and got stung by many spiders, so both of my feet. So there were like spiders kind of with their feet up, and I stepped on them and I got stung by multiple spiders on both of my feet. And the initial pain, kind of like, the momentarily. But then it felt good and it felt strengthening. There was something good about it. It just felt good. And that's all I remember.
I would say that you have there, be it conscious or unconscious, there's some fears. They're justified, but they're not as big as you would think. Like almost like addressing the fear almost brings you relief.
Because that was kind of strange in the dream.
Yeah.
And
Lots of
both
spiders.
feet, lots of spiders, yes. I see lots of spiders on my morning walks with the dogs. All
Nice.
kinds.
Yeah, spiders are nice.
Yes. Well, thank you so much for today.
The Cherokee consider this its grandmother spider, and it's a healing spider. And that cobwebs are sort of sacred to the process because they heal wounds. Or they put together, basically the Cherokee fought each other all the time. So they were fixing slashes. They were very important as a healing product, and grandmother spider was a healing being.
Yeah, there was one shamanic practice that before you went on a journey, you had to find a spider web and walk into the web with your face.
I was talking about spirit animal as a spider, and it's about bridging the gaps between older generation and.
Apparently, we're going to have a class next month about spiders. I didn't see this one coming. I'm being blown in the wind as well.
I wonder if it has anything to do with the chakra web.
I don't know.
Yeah, that was my cycle. She kept saying web, I could think, and protective web chakras, yeah.
Okay, you guys, is there anybody? So we have a little ceremony we're going to get ready to do here locally, and
One more
so
thing, fall forward.
oh yes, backwards.
That's the way you fall.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Fall back.
So in the morning we start at 10, but remember this is also the time that we gain an hour if we fall backwards on the clock, and so our 10 o'clock is really 11 o'clock in the morning, but 10 o'clock really.
10
So yeah, 10 o'clock. So your phone should change, and I don't know, it's not quite the issue that it used to be. But
So we should come at the new 10 o'clock.
the new 10 o'clock, not the old 10 o'clock. The old 10 o'clock was so last week.
Yeah.